Lancer holds a strong head-to-head lead with 62 total wins over his opponent. It's interesting to see that confidence shaken early as the favorite is already playing from behind. I wonder if he can reclaim that psychological advantage. What a scrap. Both players were trading damage heavily, but Omnic managed to scrape through with a tiny bit of health. We're all square now as Lancer and Omnic reset. The gap between these two on the ladder is nearly non-existent. Omnic is really starting to seize the momentum here, pushing ahead to a 3-2 lead. A dead heat at 3 apiece for these two. It's a near mirror image of how the rankings look right now. Omnic just edges ahead with a 4-3 lead. Lancer is feeling the pressure despite that huge historical edge. Omnic is showing a lot of grit today, having won nearly a third of his career matches on this particular map. I mean, he is really playing with a newfound confidence that is offsetting his usual struggles here. Lancer definitely needs to find a way to disrupt this streak. Omnic is running away with this, leading 6-4. He's really shaking up the expected script for this set. The pace is picking up here, and Lancer is refusing to let this one slip away from him. He's effectively leveling the playing field for now. We've got a 6-6 deadlock as we head into the break. I mean, the match is playing out exactly as we hoped for a nail-biter. Lancer is keeping his composure, but Omnic is definitely hanging tough. Let's see who blinks first. Omnic takes the lead, putting Lancer on the defensive. The two of them are essentially identical in the ratings right now. Omnic has stretched his lead to 8-6 now, slipping a bit further away from that 13-10 victory they had previously. Omnic completely shuts him down from the wine, continuing this hot streak. Lancer manages to secure another round, showing a lot of heart in his effort to close this gap. Lancer is definitely starting to play more like the favorite now. He's on a roll now, securing a fast win to keep this comeback alive. That's a seriously fast reset for the challenger. Omnic is holding strong with a 2-round cushion. Both are essentially fighting for the same spot on the ladder. Omnic is putting on a huge display of efficiency right now, closing out these rounds in record time. He's making this look easy, despite that lower all-time win rate. Lancer stays aggressive, digging deep to keep this comeback effort alive. Absolute lightning fast reaction there to put Omnic just 1 round away from victory. Lancer keeps this fight alive with another effortless response, refusing to go down without a battle. Just enough time to catch his breath before the next engagement. Unbelievable poise. Lancer remains untouchable in this exchange to keep the dream alive. He's fully awake now and playing with that top-tier confidence. Absolutely flawless finishing shot. Omnic secures the win and closes out the series. He really stepped up when it counted to take this one. Lancer fought back hard, but he just couldn't seal the deal. What a scrap! Ignis has the massive historical advantage with 47 wins over Omnic. But that historical edge is feeling very distant right now given his recent struggles. He needs to shake off those previous losses to get this series back on track. Absolute authority here, as Omnic just clears him right off the box to take a commanding 3-0 lead. A perfect reaction there to stop the slide and get back on the board. The favorite is finally starting to push back. Omnic is just dominating this set at 4-1. He really struggled against Aster just a few minutes ago. A fierce exchange of shots, but he outlasts the duel to keep this comeback alive. The higher seeded player is finally starting to find some stability. And he's back in it, securing another round without taking a single point of damage. Omnic has held the upper hand in most of their recent head-to-heads. What a scramble! Both were nearly out of health, but Omnic manages to scrape through with the win. He's definitely riding the momentum from that win against Lancer. He survives a brutal firefight to bring the score within 1. He's really digging in to make this a toss-up. Wow, a total war of attrition there, but he just barely manages to hold the ramp. Pure grit to survive with that sliver of health. He's really showing some spirit here, closing the gap just before the side swap. He looks sharp as he cleans up this exchange. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, this is a surprising start for the underdog. Ignis is really feeling the pressure of that 5-game losing streak he brought into the match. Time for Ignis to step up. Omnic is just in a different gear right now, moving to an 8-round lead. And honestly, seeing Ignis struggle to a 14-22 record today makes this slump a lot more believable. The pressure is clearly mounting on the higher rated player. He's simply too fast, securing another round as he continues to claw back into this series. Omnic is refusing to let Ignis build any steam, quickly shutting him down while he was holding the ramp. He's definitely looking like the more confident player right now. What a scramble! He manages to survive a desperate trade of fire to put his lead back up to 3. He simply won't slow down, putting another effortless round behind him. This is a rough day for a player normally ranked in the top 30. He barely walks away from that one, but the 4th straight win puts him on match point. The pressure is clearly getting to the favorite right now. He manages to hold the ramp and keep the dream alive for now. He needs to channel that top tier ladder form if he's going to climb back. What a finisher! He just completely dismantles Ignis to close out the series. He really knew how to clutch those tight moments today, barely surviving a few times, but still coming out on top. Ignis is typically the heavy favorite in this head-to-head series, and usually that results in a much more decisive lead. But we have to remember, he's actually coming into this server on a 6-game losing streak. It will be interesting to see if he can find a way to break that cycle today. Lancer is really putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. Lancer entered this one as the favorite, but he's not running away with it. Ignis has completely flipped the script here, erasing that early deficit in no time. Lancer is already staring down a tough day with that loss to Omnic earlier. Lancer regains the upper hand, pushing it to 3-2. Talk about a clean finish to a short round. Lancer can't pull away, as we're tied up at 3 apiece. He's generally coming out on top in these long-term head-to-head clashes. Ignis is starting to build some serious momentum here, taking control of the match. He's a strong opponent for Lancer to deal with today. Lancer and Ignis are deadlocked going into the 9th. Tough luck for him, having struggled through the rest of his matches today. Ignis claws back in front, leading 5-4. Lancer is definitely fighting an uphill battle after that tight 11-13 loss to Omnic. Ignis has typically controlled this head-to-head battle, winning about 57% of their meetings. Considering his current trajectory, it feels like he's finally turning the tide in his favor for this specific series. Lancer needs to act fast to prevent a complete collapse. Ignis heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. Well, this is exactly how the analysts predicted the match would go. Lancer is just struggling to keep pace with a player who holds a much stronger record on Mappas. Time to see if Lancer rebounds. Wow, a total slugfest. He barely escapes that exchange with his life, securing another round. He is playing much better than his recent form suggested. Ignis is just dominating, cruising now at 10-4. He's certainly playing like the higher rated player right now. Lancer manages a glimpse of hope to make it 5-10. Lancer definitely has the confidence coming in after his 13-9 victory over Zen. Lancer is really scrambling for an answer as the deficit grows even larger. Tough stretch for him overall, having struggled in most of his games today. Absolute precision from Ignis, and he is now just a single round away from victory. What an unbelievable finish. He survives a brutal trade to close out the map. He finally shakes off that brutal losing streak in style. Ignis just completely took over this one. Lancer holds a strong career lead with 62 total wins over Omnic. It's an interesting dynamic because Omnic is currently the more confident player entering today. We have to see if the long-term history will actually matter in this specific series. Absolute control from him, taking an early 3-0 lead with ease. A tough start for the heavy favorite here. A gorgeous reaction from Lancer, proving he can still hold his own in this fight. He really needed to find a way to get back into this. He's staying calm under pressure, stacking up another victory to keep this contest close. Omnic is staring down a big 4-2 lead right now. A bit of an unusual day for Lancer, starting 0-2. Lancer is showing real grit here, refusing to let this game slip away. We're seeing a lot of back and forth since the early flurry. Lancer keeps the momentum shifting, erasing the deficit to tie it up. He is really stepping up to the plate as the projected favorite. He's simply too sharp right now, securing his third straight point to take the lead. Omnic answers back instantly to bring the score level. He is definitely taking advantage of that hot start today. Omnic edges ahead by 1 in a total deadlock. The momentum matches their last meeting on Italy P. We're sitting at 6 apiece heading into the break. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as projected so far. Neither side is letting the other pull away in this one. Time to see who blinks first. Omnic clings to that single point advantage. He's definitely bringing that momentum from his victory over Ignis. He manages to pull it back even, keeping the fight alive after that rough start. Both players are refusing to give up an inch in this set. Omnic barely maintains a thin 1-point lead now. He's really making a case for that rank 31 spot today. Lancer just completely dismantled that exchange and brings the series back to a dead heat. It's essentially a coin flip from this position. Omnic barely holds the lead at 9-8. He's really riding high after that 13-8 victory over Ignis. What an effortless exchange to completely level the playing field. He is simply not going away. That puts him in a familiar position throughout this whole series. He's completely stalled the momentum, putting himself back in control of the match. He's certainly playing like the top seed in this matchup. And just like that, Lancer forces a total 10-10 stalemate. The higher rated player is certainly finding his way back into this. Omnic has the upper hand again, really putting the pressure on Lancer now. His overall form today is looking exceptionally clean. What a statement from Lancer, completely shutting him down to lock this game back up at 11-all. The pressure is mounting as the favorite fights for an edge. Omnic secures a clean finish and is now just a single round away from victory. What a finish! Omnic closes it out with a perfect sequence to take the match. He just keeps finding a way to shake the head-to-head history. That was a total battle of nerves. He had to work for that. A strong start for Ignis, capitalizing on that ramp height to secure the opening round. Omnic handles the pressure well, clearing out Ignis from the ramp for a quick equalizer. The underdog looks completely unfazed right now. Ignis keeps the height advantage, utilizing that ramp to reclaim a slight lead. Omnic has been on fire today, but he's meeting some resistance here. We've got a total deadlock at 2 apiece. Ignis pulls ahead, claiming a thin 3-2 lead. He's showing exactly why he has the historical edge here. Omnic just completely shut that down, picking Ignis right off the ramp to keep things level. Omnic claws back the lead, now sitting at 4-3. He's really capitalizing on this hot start to the day. Ignis is looking much sharper now, taking that engagement from the ramp to secure the trade. Omnic edges ahead by just 1 now. A surprising turn of events given the long-term history here. Absolute chaos as we hit a 5-all stalemate. It's a fight for survival for Omnic after a strong start to his day. Ignis is really starting to build some momentum here, utilizing that ramp to put Omnic on the defensive. We're all square at 6-6. The match is currently mirroring the pre-match prediction perfectly. Omnic is playing his best game, but he hasn't yet managed to break the higher ranked Ignis. Switch sides, time to shake things up. Ignis just nudged ahead to take a 7-6 grip. He's really trying to get back to his typical dominance here. And just like that, Omnic forces another draw. Both players are fighting for every single round here. It's becoming a real game of tug of war. Neither player is letting the other pull away for long. He's really digging in to secure this series. They're neck and neck at 8 each. He's definitely carrying a lot of confidence after that perfect run earlier today. Ignis is just too fast out of the gates, taking that early peak from the ramp to secure the round. Ignis holds a dominant 47-29 lead in their head-to-head history. And honestly, it looks like he's finally regaining that control. He's managed to shut down that early surge we saw from Omnic. Now it's just a matter of whether he can keep this focus high. Pure insanity. Ignis and Omnic are locked at 10 apiece. Omnic is really riding a wave of confidence right now. Ignis reads the play perfectly, catching Omnic before he could set up on that ramp. Omnic is certainly putting up a fight despite the rating gap. That was completely effortless. He's now just a single round away from victory. The gap is opening up as the finish line approaches. Unbelievable. He secures the final kill from the ramp to close out the match. Omnic pushed him to the absolute limit tonight, but the experience really shone through in those closing moments. He had to earn every inch of that win. Hard-fought victory. Lancer puts up a fast response here, taking Ignis right off that box for the opening round. Ignis wastes no time clearing Lancer off the box to even things up. He's putting on a strong show today with that recent 13-10 victory. Ignis holds a massive advantage in their head-to-head history with over 1,000 wins in this matchup. Well, he's definitely playing with confidence after that comfortable victory against Lancer in their last game. It'll be tough for Lancer to shake that feeling. That was a total slugfest, but he manages to outlast the exchange to take a commanding lead. A lightning fast flick from Lancer to narrow the gap. It's a bit of a struggle for him to keep things moving today. We are completely deadlocked at 3 apiece now. He's certainly shaking off that cold start from earlier today. Lancer is completely taking over the map now with 3 straight rounds in his favor. What a fight! Lancer barely survives that exchange to keep the run going. He's really making up for those tough results from earlier today. Ignis steps up to hold that momentum and get himself back into the game. Unbelievable. Ignis barely claws out a victory from the box to level the match. Lancer edges ahead, holding a slim 1-round lead. It's an interesting shift given his recent 3-game slide. We're all tied up at 6 apiece. I mean, Lancer is really fighting back. He's managed to put the favorite under pressure despite his rough run of games today. Time to see who blinks first. Ignis retakes the lead, moving ahead 7-6. It's a tough uphill battle for the man sitting at rank 33. Ignis is really starting to snowball here and is playing with total control from that high ground. He is really asserting his dominance here. Ignis barely keeps a 1-round cushion atop the leaderboard. It's a much needed reset after that tough stretch earlier today. Ignis finds the mark again, cutting Lancer down from the high ground to push his lead further. That unexpected pre-match prediction is really starting to look wrong. Ignis stays just a single notch above Lancer. He is proving to be a lot more dangerous than his recent matches suggest. Lancer has clawed back to a dead heat at 9-all. The pressure is mounting as they head into the final stretch. Ignis is really trying to lock this down, securing that narrow cushion as we enter the final stretch. Lancer is really fighting an uphill battle right now as Ignis seems to have the upper hand in these quick exchanges. Ignis is just relentless, dropping Lancer right off the box to secure match point. What an absolute war. Lancer survives by the skin of his teeth to keep this series alive. Absolute nerves of steel to pull that off under pressure. Unreal, Ignis survives on a prayer with just 7 health to close out the series. Lancer was right there for a while, but he just couldn't close the door on the higher ranked player today. He had to work for that. Lancer is really struggling to find any traction today, entering this match on a 4-game losing streak. That lack of confidence is clearly showing when you look at the scoreboard. It'll be interesting to see if he can shake this off before things spiral further. Omnic is just dominating, putting up a 2-0 lead. He's really struggling to overturn the outcome of their last meeting. He's simply too fast right now, taking 0 damage to secure his 3rd straight. The expected favorite is looking completely lost in this set. Finally, he finds an opening and manages to seize the round for himself. He's definitely showing the class that made him the favorite going in. Omnic is towering over him with a commanding 4-1 lead. Lancer is really having a nightmare of a day so far. Omnic just keeps rolling, pushing his lead to 5-1. Everything is sliding his way after that close victory on Orange. The momentum swings completely back to the leader, who walks away from this encounter without a scratch. He is definitely feeling that cold stretch from earlier today. Unbelievable! He barely survives that exchange, clutching the win with a tiny sliver of health. This really flips the script on their historical head-to-head numbers. He's just relentless, putting together 5 straight for a huge lead. It is a completely different story than their usual clashes. A very quick reflex shot to snag another round. The all-time head-to-head record definitely favors Lancer. Holy cow, both of them were shredded in that fight, but Lancer manages to scrape through as the winner. That's a decent spark for the underdog to keep this fight alive. Omnic heads into the break with a huge 9-3 cushion. Well, this is turning into a total shocker. He's completely erased Lancer's head-to-head advantage to take full control of the match. Let's see if Lancer can pivot. Omnic has been far more consistent today, putting up a 3-1 record in his last few games. It's a stark contrast to Lancer, who is currently on a 4-game slide. Lancer needs to find some stability if he's going to claw back into this. Omnic holds a tight 4-round cushion at 9-5. Just a clean, decisive sequence for the man coming from behind. His raw skill is finally starting to peer through. Omnic is nearly home with a massive 10-5 lead. He's really cementing a dominant grip over this series. That was an instant reaction time. He's really put a stranglehold on this match. Omnic is just on fire, gunning him down from the ramp to bring himself to match point. The momentum has completely shifted away from the pre-match favorite. A nice clean look at the target to take a round. He's just trying to dig deep for a result. He keeps this run alive, showing some serious grit to hold off the pressure. The pressure is mounting for that final point now. Lancer is on a tear now, securing another perfect round to keep his hopes alive. What a war! Omnic survives that brutal exchange to secure the map victory. Lancer really puts up a fight late, but he just couldn't close the gap on that final charge. He's got to be devastated after that one. Tough loss for him. Ignis is an absolute monster in this specific rivalry, leading their head-to-head 48-29. Looking at those numbers, Omnic has barely been able to find any traction whenever these two collide. It'll be interesting to see if that mental edge helps Ignis cruise through this set. He's simply too quick, taking full control of this early phase. Coming off a solid 13-5 victory on this specific map earlier today. He just cannot be stopped right now, extending the lead to 4-0. Omnic has clearly struggled against him lately. We'll take a quick breather here on Mappas, but stay tuned for more Ignis versus Omnic. And we are back on Mappas, with Ignis commanding a massive 5-0 lead as we resume. The pressure is mounting on Omnic as this relentless surge reaches 6 straight. The ratings suggested a close contest, but this is far from even. What a scramble! He almost falls apart there, but barely claws out his 7th straight. Finally a response from Omnic, winning a gritty duel to get back on the board. He's been in great form recently, putting up a 70% win rate in his last 10. Omnic has a strong 70% win rate over his last 10 outings, which makes this one-sided score even more surprising. He's been playing some incredibly consistent games lately. Now the question is whether he can actually find a way to slow this momentum down. Ignis is just cruising, now sitting at 8-3. Showing a lot of fight to string these two together. Omnic had some momentum there, but he just can't keep this gap from widening. He's continuing to look like the rightful favorite today. What a fight! He barely survives that exchange, holding on by a thread to close out this half. He's really squeezing the life out of his opponent right now. Ignis takes a strong 10-4 lead into the break. Honestly, everything we expected to see from this favorite is showing up right now. Omnic has to change something fast to avoid a quick defeat. Time to see a counterattack. Ignis keeps the pace, pushing ahead to a 10-5 lead. He's looking dangerous after an impressive 4-1 run over the last day. Omnic cuts it to 10-6, finally finding some rhythm. The momentum is swinging wildly now. A really clean set of rounds to get back in this. Ignis just shuts down that momentum shift, refusing to let Omnic string together any real progress. He really knows how to shut the door when the pressure climbs. Total shutdown of that comeback attempt, leaving Ignis just one step away from victory. Absolutely stunning final sequence, ending it right there with a perfect shot. Unbelievable! He walks away with the victory in a chaotic brawl that almost went the other way. And there it is, a complete shutdown to seal the series and claim the win. He's really putting on a clinic today, capping off a phenomenal run of form with another clean getaway. Ignis starts strong, picking Lancer right off that ramp for the opening lead. We'll be right back with more action from Redline after a very brief technical timeout. And we are back live on Redline with Ignis holding a one-round lead over Lancer. He's looking really confident after that previous series win. Ignis holds a substantial overall lead with over 1,000 wins in their head-to-head history. He's certainly the favorite today, but Lancer is showing that he can hold his own in individual rounds. We'll see if he can find some consistency. He just can't be stopped. That makes it 3 straight for Lancer. Quite the turnaround for him, considering that 5-match losing skid he's been on. Ignis earns the upper hand from the ramp to even things up. The higher rated player is starting to exert his will here. Lancer is finally pulling ahead with a slim 4-3 cushion. He's fighting through a tough set of results today. Neither player gave an inch there, but Ignis manages to prevail in a dead heat on the ramp. Tough break for the lower seeded player to keep up. Lancer keeps his composure from that elevation to claw back into a narrow lead. This is a huge shift in momentum for a player on a cold streak. Ignis plays it safe on that ramp to keep this battle completely deadlocked. Lancer secures another win from the ramp, showing he can really trade blows with Ignis in this series. We are completely tied up now at 6 apiece. He's certainly playing like the favorite so far. Lancer takes a surprising 7-6 lead into the break. I mean, nobody expected the underdog to be ahead after such a rough morning. He is really shaking things up for the favorite right now. Let's see who finds their gear now. Ignis strikes back to leave us perfectly level at 7. He's certainly looking stronger than in their previous 13-10 clash. Absolute chaos in this exchange, and Ignis barely survives the encounter to take the lead. That was a razor-thin margin for the lead. Lancer claws back to make it an 8-8 deadlock. A really surprising turn of events for the rank 34 player. Lancer is on a roll right now, putting a lot of pressure on the favorite. Lancer is playing with a huge amount of confidence for someone who entered today on such a tier. Unreal! That was an absolute brawl, and he barely claws away with the round to even the score. He's really fighting through a tough set of results today. Lancer is now just 1 step ahead at 10. His overall match history today has been quite a climb. Lancer has completely flipped the script here, taking total control of the map. A complete reversal from that previous loss on Dunes. Lancer just can't let the lead slip away, but Ignis puts his back on those boxes to bring this right back to a 1-round game. Lancer is just 1 round away from victory after that commanding shot from the ramp. It's a stark contrast to how their earlier matches today went. Ignis refuses to go down quietly, dropping Lancer right off the ramp to prolong the fight. This is certainly a tighter contest than their previous head-to-head encounters. Unbelievable! Lancer puts it all on the line and closes out the series with a huge hit of the Tetris. He just completely defied the odds, shaking off that brutal losing streak when it mattered most. Just an incredible way to bounce back. What a performance! Welcome to the Berserk League. Lancer and Omnic are heading to Italy for this match, with Lancer entering as the favorite. Lancer typically holds the advantage in this pairing, winning 56% of their history. But Omnic actually took their most recent meeting in a very convincing manner. It will be interesting to see if the underdog can keep that momentum rolling today. Lancer pushes ahead, holding a slim lead over Omnic. Omnic is fighting a tough battle after a rough outing against Ignis earlier. A sudden shift in control as Lancer secures his third straight win. Omnic's higher ladder position isn't helping him here. Unreal. He clings to life with just a sliver of health to make it 4 straight. He's putting that 13-10 victory over Ignis to good use. He's just completely outclassed him, taking another one to keep the streak alive. Lancer is really making a statement after those recent losses. Another quick flick from the wind, putting Lancer 6 rounds ahead. It's a complete reversal from their previous meeting today. He's on fire. That's 7 in a row for the favorite. Omnic is really struggling to find any answers today. The momentum is just overwhelming now, as he extends that win streak to 8. It's a tough turn of events for a guy who's been performing so well lately. He's just unstoppable right now, picking up a 9th straight victory. A complete 180 from that closer encounter on the other map. Finally, a break in the action for the favorite as Omnic claims this one. Lancer takes a big 10-2 lead into the intermission. It is exactly what we expected to see from the favorite. Omnic has a mountain to climb if he wants to stay in this series. Time for Omnic to wake up. Lancer has been struggling in the short term with a 1-5 record today. Well, he's managed to take control of this specific series, but he can't afford to let Omnic get any more confidence. Lancer holds a commanding 10-4 lead heading into round 14. The higher rated player is finally starting to show some fight. He's completely taken over the pace of this game, netting another one to extend his streak. He's feeling much better after his 4-2 run today. He keeps this charge going, dragging Lancer off the wind for another huge win. The surge just keeps coming as he secures another seamless kill to push his run to 5. He is completely denying his opponent, making it 6 straight for the challenger. He's just completely taken over the server, crossing the threshold of 7 consecutive rounds. The lead is nearly gone now. Absolute madness. He's erased a huge deficit and completely leveled the score. Just an unbelievable sequence of rounds to get back in the driver's seat. He's just not letting up, taking a 9th straight to secure the overall lead. A huge response from Lancer to hold that slide and bring things level. What a comeback! He claims the advantage from the wine and is now just 1 round away from the victory. What a victory! Omnic digs deep to survive a brutal slugfest and completes the most incredible comeback of the series. I can't believe he actually pulled it off. Lancer had every opportunity to seal this, but he just couldn't close the door. He's gotta be devastated. Total heartbreaker. Welcome to the Berserk League. Ignis and Omnic take the stage on Dunes for this exciting 1v1 match. Ignis usually controls this matchup with a strong 63% head-to-head win rate, but he's actually playing the role of the underdog today after a difficult 18-24 run over the last 24 hours. It'll be interesting to see if he can flip the script here. Ignis is firmly in the driver's seat at 2-1. He's looking much more composed than that last loss to Lancer. A very fast exchange there, and now we're completely deadlocked early on. Omnic clawed back Elite, putting him up 3-2. Omnic is clearly riding a wave of confidence right now. Unbelievable. Ignis barely survives a total war of attrition to even the score. Absolute nails on that last encounter, he really clung to life. Ignis pushes back ahead, now leading 4-3. Omnic has looked a bit sharper lately with that 70% form. Omnic puts him right back in his place, completely ignoring that high ground advantage to take the round. A total stalemate as we head toward the midpoint. Ignis just wouldn't let him breathe up there, quickly picking Omnic off the box. He's definitely looking to replicate that strong victory from their last meeting. Ignis has put together a really strong start here, winning 6 of the first 10 rounds. So yeah, he's completely erased any doubt we had after that tough loss he suffered against Lancer earlier today. He looks far more focused now. We're all tied up at 6 apiece. I mean, it's a bit of a grind, but Ignis is holding his own as the favorite. It'll be interesting to see who blinks first in the second half. Time to shake it off. Omnic just edges ahead, taking a narrow 7-6 lead. His overall career win rate is only 35%, but it's not showing. And now Ignis has brought us right back to a deadlock. He's managing to keep pace with the top half of the ladder. Ignis is really starting to build some momentum here, taking total control of the pace. Total chaos as both Omnic and Ignis sit tied. Omnic has looked far more stable with his 5-2 run today. Ignis pulls ahead just a bit, leading 9-8. He's firmly entrenched in that middle tier of the ladder. Ignis is really starting to stretch his lead here, putting a lot of pressure on Omnic to respond. A completely untouched victory here, as the momentum continues to swing heavily in his favor. He barely escaped that one, but now he's just one round away from the victory. He is completely overriding the initial expectations for this matchup. What a finish! Ignis closes the door with a huge 5th straight win to secure the series. That's a huge bounce back for the veteran, proving why he's always had the upper hand in these clashes. Welcome to the arena. Lancer and Ignis are facing off today in a match where the favorite looks strong. Ignis actually controls the head-to-head history with a strong overall lead over Lancer. It's interesting to see him sitting in the driver's seat historically, despite the slow start to this series. We'll have to see if that legacy advantage kicks in as the match settles. Lancer keeps the pressure high, quickly picking him off the ramp for another point. He's really struggling to bounce back from that Omnic loss. He simply cannot be stopped right now, picking Ignis off the Tetris to make it a total shutout. Ignis responds immediately to get back on the board. Lancer is just dominating this, a 5-1 lead. Lancer catches him right as he moves up the ramp, simply refusing to let Ignis get a foothold. It's a complete turnaround from their last meeting on the red line. Lancer is simply on another level right now, extending his hold with a spotless sequence. He's simply untouchable right now, picking up another round without taking any damage. That is 5 straight for Lancer, who is completely owning this map right now. He is really putting his rank 34 status to the test here. Ignis manages to hold his ground and finally puts a stop to that run before the change of sides. A clean finish to help shift some energy heading into the break. Lancer takes a heavy 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, he is absolutely tearing through the favorite right now. It is a massive shock, given Ignis usually wins about 57% of their head-to-head meetings. Time to see if Ignis wakes up. Wow, he barely scrapes through that exchange from the box, clinging to a tiny bit of health. A real nerve-wracking end to that exchange. Lancer has really struggled today, coming into this with a 1-6 record over the last 24 hours. And honestly, it makes this 10-4 lead even more impressive. He's fighting a tough battle against his own recent form, but he's completely disregarding the odds here. Ignis is falling behind as Lancer hits double digits. The higher rated competitor is finally starting to show some teeth. He's really heating up now, taking another one from the Tetris to keep this run alive. He's really digging in his heels, looking more like the top 25 talent now. Lancer manages to clear him off the Tetris for another tally. He's certainly not letting his lower ladder rank slow him down. Another strong encounter for Lancer, and he's now just one step away from victory. Ignis looks completely shaken compared to his usual high-tier form. Unbelievable, he closes out the series with total ease to secure the victory. A massive statement from him to really shake up that historical rivalry. He's officially on a roll against the top seed. Welcome everyone to Mepas. Lancer takes on Omnic today, and the favorite looks ready to secure another win. Lancer holds a strong historical lead with 62 wins in their head-to-head matchups. It's surprising because the recent momentum is swinging the other way. I wonder if Omnic can keep the pressure on after that opening win. We're all tied up now as Lancer claws back. Lancer enters this one with a much deeper history of experience. Omnic is just starting to pull away now. Omnic is definitely playing better than his usual 35% career average. Omnic is looking frighteningly sharp right now, putting Lancer on the defensive with some incredibly quick reaction times. Lancer holds the height advantage on the ramp to keep this one tight. He's really relying on that experience to stop the momentum. Lancer is really turning things around, and he's doing it with some incredibly fast wins here. He's certainly looking to make up for that loss on AIM Italy P. Omnic still keeps a thin lead at 4-3. His current run of form is looking quite impressive. Dead heat now as Lancer levels things up. Both players have been fighting through a tough set of matches today. It's becoming a real back and forth affair, with neither player able to string together a long run of rounds. Lancer has been struggling quite a bit today, with a 2-6 record over the last day. It's a tough spot to be in, when your overall confidence is dipping, right, as the scoreline starts to slip. He'll need to find a way to disrupt his flow if he wants to stay in the game. We've got a 6-6 deadlock as we head into the break. I mean, things are basically where we expected them to be. Lancer is proving why he's the favorite here, despite some shaky results earlier today. Let's see if the swap changes things. Omnic edges ahead, taking a slim 7-6 lead. He's definitely feeling confident after that recent win on AIM Italy P. Lancer strikes back to bring us to a 7-7 stalemate. The underdog has certainly proven he can compete at this level today. Lancer is putting together a serious run here, refusing to let Omnic get any ground. He's really making the most of those 8,000 career games. Another clean sweep for him, and he's now looking completely in control here. What a scramble. He barely survives that chaos with just 14 health left. Absolutely gutsy to pull that off after being so low. Lancer surges ahead, carving out a 2-point cushion. The higher seed is starting to impose his will. Lancer barely clings to a 1-point lead right now. Omnic is certainly having the better day overall. The tide is turning again, and Omnic is suddenly the one with all the momentum here. A huge confidence boost for him after that tough loss to Ignis earlier. He's managed to fight back and reclaim a narrow lead in this set. Lancer is really showing why he generally gets the nod in this pair. He secures the lead again and puts himself just one round away from victory. A really quick exchange that completely flipped the momentum. Omnic manages to find the opening shot, keeping his hopes alive in this final stretch. That was an incredibly sharp response to stop the bleeding. An absolute deadlock. We are heading into overtime after an incredibly tense finale to regulation. He's really making a statement by forcing this scenario. That's a total shift in power as he secures a third straight victory to put himself in the driver's seat. This is looking like a repeat of that Italy result. Lancer answers back immediately, bringing the score back to a dead heat in the overtime. Lancer is really fighting to prove those historical numbers, right? Lancer is putting together a nice run of wins here, moving just one step closer to ending this. He's managing a very respectable 40% run over his last 10 matches. He's simply too fast right now, putting an end to that charge and putting himself one round away from victory. That's a complete reversal of fortunes in a matter of seconds. Unreal. He closes out the series with a flawless final spray to secure the win. He really had to dig deep to survive that overtime, but his composure was just a cut above. What a fight! Welcome everyone! We have Ignis and Omnic facing off on orange, with Ignis entering as the favorite for this match. Ignis has an overwhelming historical lead in their head-to-head matchups, winning 63% of the time. It's interesting that Omnic is the one coming out on top in the early stages today. He'll need to maintain this pressure to secure the upset. Omnic is really surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. He's keeping that 13-8 victory from their last encounter in mind. Omnic is really making a statement early on, taking a commanding lead in this first set. A very challenging stretch for the favorite so far. Omnic is absolutely dominating this, leading 4-1. He's really fighting back despite the historical deficit. He is refusing to fold, picking up another round to narrow the gap. The momentum is shifting as the favorite looks to claw back into this. Omnic is currently sporting a 5-4 record over the last day. He's clearly capitalizing on that fresh energy to dismantle the opponent. It will be tough for Ignis to recover his composure with such a wide gap opening up. Omnic's just cruising now with a solid 6-3 cushion. It's a real struggle for the veteran, who's had a rough 19-25 run today. Omnic was way too quick there, putting an end to that attempt by Ignis to hold the high ground. Omnic holds a strong 7-4 lead now. the top half rank is starting to show a bit more presence. Omnic goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. This is a total reversal of expectations. Despite the rankings, the underdog is looking very sharp today and has completely flipped the script on the favorite. Time to swap sides. Omnic is stretching his lead further to 8-5. He's completely erasing the disparity in their ladder ratings today. Ignis manages to secure the kill from the ramp, showing some real grit to narrow the deficit. He's finally showing a bit of that early match stability. Omnic still holds the edge, sitting comfortably at 9-6. That was an incredibly clean trade to get the round. The comeback is officially on as he digs deep to secure another crucial point. He's starting to find some gaps in that defense. He's really shaking off the early pressure and showing some serious resolve. This is the exact kind of poise we expect from the higher seed. Unbelievable. He has completely erased the lead, bringing the game to a dead heat. Absolute chaos right now with everything completely reset. Omnic answers back immediately, regaining a one-round lead. A real grind out there for both of them today. He just completely erased that deficit to make things even. A total stalemate as we head into the final stretch. Both players are completely locked in here, refusing to let the other gain any real ground. A tough battle for the lower seeded side today. A completely untouched burst of fire puts the score dead even at 11-11. A massive shift in energy as soon as the dust settles. What a response! He takes a commanding lead and puts himself just 1 point away from victory. What a way to finish it! He closes the door on this series with a perfect final shot. He just refused to let the underdog slip away. Omnic pushed him to the absolute limit today, but the experience showed in that final stretch. What a fight! Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. Lancer and Ignis are facing off today on Italy to see who comes out on top. Ignis has a huge advantage in their head-to-head history, winning nearly 60% of their past encounters. So he should be feeling very confident starting this off with the lead. I wonder if he can really use that psychological edge here. The pressure is mounting for Lancer as Ignis pushes the lead to 3 straight. It's a bit of a turnaround after Lancer took that recent match 13-7. Absolutely oppressive. He's just too fast for Lancer right now. The favorite is really making his presence felt right now. Lancer finally answers back with a crisp snap of the wrist. Ignis is just dominating this series, sitting comfortably at 5. Lancer has had a pretty rough stretch today with a 3-6 record in his last few matches. It's definitely a struggle for him to maintain that momentum, but he's managing to keep this set competitive regardless. He'll need to string together a few more of these to really put Ignis on the defensive. What a fight! He clings on by a thread after a chaotic exchange to take the round. That higher seeding is definitely providing a safety net here. Ignis is just ruthless, extending his lead to 7. He's definitely leaning on that confidence from the recent victory over his rival. Lancer is falling behind as Ignis hits 8. The higher seed is certainly putting his skill on display. We've got an 8-4 lead for Ignis going into the break. Well, he's comfortably in the driver's seat, just like the ranking suggested. He'll need to stay sharp to close this out quickly. Time for Lancer to fight back. Lancer claws one back to bring it to 5-8. He's showing a lot of grit today, despite that 33rd spot on the ladder. Unbelievable. He survives a brutal scramble to edge out the round by a mere handful of health. He's really scraping by with these narrow escapes. Ignis is just cruising now with a 9-6 lead. Lancer is definitely finding his footing now. Lancer secures another clean one from the wine, continuing this steady climb back into the match. Ignis keeps his cool, pushing the gap to 10. Ignis is really starting to pull away again, putting Lancer in a deep hole. Despite his shaky start to the day, he's showing some real composure. Lancer is refusing to just fade away, keeping the pressure high as he trims that lead. Fastest exchange we've seen all set. That was a total war of attrition, but he manages to come out on top. The underdog is looking incredibly sharp right now. He keeps the fight alive with a perfect read on his opponent. This is exactly the fight the community expected from these two. And there it is. Ignis closes the door with a clean finish to secure the victory. Emotion high, he really just showed why he's sitting higher on that ladder today. Lancer put up a hell of a fight, but he couldn't find the closing blow emotion high. Welcome everyone to Redline. We have Lancer and Omnic facing off today, with Lancer entering as the slight favorite. Lancer puts the pressure on early, taking control from the ramp to start things off. Lancer holds a strong historical advantage with 63 wins over Omnic, and the early momentum here seems to mirror those long-term numbers. It's clear that the psychological edge is currently shifting in Lancer's favor. Lancer is simply untouchable right now, taking another round without losing a single point of health. Omnic manages to answer back from the ramp to put a dent in that lead. Lancer is running away with this, leading 5-1. Both of these players have been trading losses all day. Omnic fights back, narrowing the gap to 5-2. The higher rated man is finally finding an opening here. He is staying sharp, picking up another clean round to keep this rally alive. A huge shift from what the pre-match prediction suggested. Lancer holds his ground from the ramp to shut down that mini comeback. Omnic is having a tough run of form lately. Omnic has looked a bit shaky in the last few hours, posting a 5-5 record today. You know, that lack of confidence is starting to show against Lancer's steadier approach. It'll be interesting to see if he can shake this off before things get completely out of hand. Lancer takes a solid 8-4 lead into the break. Well, he's really just validating the analysts' predictions here. His looks comfortably in charge as we head into the second half. Time to see if Omnic responds. Lancer's pulling further ahead now, sitting pretty at 9-4. That's the second game in a row he's taken from his opponent. Lancer is just playing way too fast for him, claiming another quick win from the ramp. He's continuing the pattern from their last encounter on Mapas. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but Lancer somehow survives the fray to keep his run alive. It's a tough afternoon for the higher ranked player here. He's simply not letting up. Another quick burst, and he's now just one round away from victory. Lancer closes it out with a huge final spray to secure the win. Lancer's looking really sharp today, and honestly, he's just completely outclassed his opponent on this side of the map. Welcome to the Berserk League. Ignis and Omnic are facing off on Dunes, with Ignis entering as the heavy favorite. Ignis enters this map with a commanding 51-29 head-to-head lead over Omnic. It's clear that matchup history is weighing heavily on the underdog right now. We'll see if the mental pressure of those past losses starts to pile up. Absolute control from the top of the box as he secures a perfect opening lead. Simply untouchable right now. He's just completely shut the door on his opponent. Omnic is struggling to find any traction today. A total shutout so far as he continues to look completely in control. The onslaught continues, and that's 6 straight for the frontrunner. He's continuing a strong stretch after that close call with Lancer. Unbelievable. He is simply on another level right now, moving his way toward double digits. He's simply refusing to let up, pushing the lead to a staggering 8-0. Finally, Omnic manages to dig in and secure his first round of the match. Omnic is showing a lot of resilience after his tough run of results lately. The way he's responded to that initial shutout suggests he's finally found some confidence. Now the pressure shifts back to Ignis to regain his composure. Omnic is simply on fire, stringing together another win to close out the round. He's fighting for a tough run of results today. Ignis takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Everything is going according to plan for the favorite. Omnic showed some grit with that 4-round run, but the favorite is still comfortably in the driver's seat. Time for a clean slate. Ignis holds his ground with a narrow 3-round cushion. He's definitely shaking off that rough 4-loss run from earlier. Ignis is back in business, extending the gap to 9-5. He's certainly looking a lot sharper than he did against Lancer earlier. Ignis is putting some serious distance between himself and his opponent here. His recent 70% success rate in the last 10 is really showing. Ignis is comfortably ahead, leading the tally at 10-6. That was an incredibly fast reaction to take the round. Omnic is fighting an uphill battle now, needing a huge surge to avoid a quick defeat. A huge statement round from Ignis to put himself just one win away from victory. A clear showing from the top-rated player in this bracket. What a finish! He scrapes through that fight with nearly nothing left to seal the victory. He's just completely on this rivalry, moving his lifetime head-to-head record even further in his favor after that crushing performance. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. We have Lancer and Ignis facing off on fast aim to see who takes the win. Ignis holds a significant advantage in their history, winning over 57% of their encounters. It's clear that his comfort level is much higher in these specific duels. This first round is a strong start for him. Lancer's clawing back a huge lead, putting Ignis on the ropes. Lancer is simply on another level right now, taking this one without taking a single point of damage. Quite a flip from their previous series on Italy. He answers back quickly to keep this a close fight. The higher ranked man is starting to exert his will. Ignis is really starting to put the pressure on, completely neutralizing Lancer's height advantage on the ramp. Lancer moves ahead, now leading by a single round. His recent form has been a massive contrast to that 80% run. Total deadlock now as we hit a 4-all tie. Neither man is letting the other breathe as we approach a double-digit score. Ignis is really starting to build some momentum here, taking control of the tempo with another quick win. The higher seed seems to be regaining his composure. Lancer is refusing to stay down, quickly finding a way to reclaim the lead from the ramp. He's keeping it tight despite a tough 9-13 loss earlier. Lancer's just edging ahead, taking a thin 6-5 lead. He's really making a case for himself despite that lower ladder ranking. We're all squared up at 6 apiece. I mean, Lancer is playing way above his usual level here. He's completely erased the rank gap for now, and the pressure is firmly on the top seed to close this out. Lancer just can't find an answer when Ignis takes that high ground on the ramp. That's a high volume of games played today for the leader. Lancer keeps his composure and shuts that down from below, putting us right back at the stalemate. Ignis takes the lead, putting Lancer in a hole. A very active day for the favorite, who's played 25 matches already. Unreal, he survives a brutal exchange with just a sliver of health left to pull ahead. He's really dominating this specific matchup today. Lancer shuts him down from the bottom of the ramp, and we are completely deadlocked again. He's definitely fighting the odds today after a tough result in the last encounter. Lancer is really starting to build some serious momentum, taking full control of the map from that high ramp position. Lancer is completely in control now, securing another flawless victory to keep the streak alive. A complete reversal from that last set on Italy. Ignis shuts things down from the ramp to bring us back to a tie. Both are fighting for every inch of ground now. The speed of these exchanges is just incredible. Ignis is reacting almost instantly to secure that lead. What a chaotic exchange. He barely scrapes through that encounter to tie it all up. Lancer's really showing he can keep pace with someone in the top 25. Lancer is on fire, taking control from the ramp to put himself just one round away from victory. The pre-match projection is starting to look spot on. Absolutely stunning! Lancer closes out the match with a perfect final strike to secure the series. He really dug deep for that one. Ignis was pushing hard, but he just couldn't find a way back. What a match! Welcome to the arena. Lancer and Omnic are ready to go, with Lancer entering this one as the clear favorite. What a scramble. He barely survives that first exchange, clinging on with a tiny sliver of health. Lancer uses that elevation perfectly to pull ahead. He's looking very sharp right now. The head-to-head history definitely favors the guy on the boost. Lancer holds a massive lead in their overall history with 64 wins. It's clear that head-to-head edge hasn't translated to the server today. He'll need to find some answers quickly to avoid a total collapse. Omnic is fighting back, trailing only by a single round. His recent 13-4 result against this opponent should be weighing on Omnic. We're completely deadlocked now. Both of these guys are trading blows and refusing to give an inch. Both of them have had a rough 24 hours with those 5-7 records. Lancer narrowly holds the lead as we hit round 8. He really seems to have the upper hand today. Lancer keeps his nose ahead, holding a 5-3 lead. He's really playing with a lot of confidence right now. What an absolute brawl! Omnic barely scrapes through that exchange, managing to secure the win by the skin of his teeth. He's just refusing to go down easy. Omnic entered this match coming off a 5-game losing streak, and the pressure is starting to mount. Look, he has the skill to compete, but the psychological weight of those recent defeats makes this deficit even harder to climb. Lancer barely maintains his slender 1-round advantage. The gap in the ratings is almost non-existent between these two. We're all squared up at 6-6. I mean, Lancer should be pulling away based on their historical edge, but Omnic is playing way above his usual level today. Both players look poised for a tight second half. Let's see who blinks first. Omnic takes control of this series with a 7-6 lead. Surprisingly, he's holding his own despite the rating gap. Lancer claws back to make it a 7-7 tie. Lancer just shut down that momentum swing immediately. Omnic is really playing a great game of chess here, just consistently finding a way to stay a step ahead. Omnic is firmly in the driver's seat at 9-7. Lancer's defense is starting to look very porous right now. He's on fire. That's 3 straight for Omnic as he completely shuts down his opponent. The underdog is putting on a show today. A messy duel that almost went the other way, but Omnic pulls through to keep the fire going. He's playing with a huge chip on his shoulder after that tough stretch. Lancer puts a quick stop to that momentum and brings the score to 8-11. His recent success against Ignis shows he's capable of finding a way. He's showing some real grit, securing a perfect round to keep this rally alive. A huge exchange that nearly flipped, but Omnic keeps his composure to extend the lead. He's completely flipped the script from their previous meetings. Unbelievable! Omnic closes it out with a perfect finishing shot to secure the victory. He's finally broken that losing streak in spectacular fashion, a huge confidence boost for the man who's been struggling lately. Welcome to the Berserk League. Omnic and Lancer are facing off on Italy, with the favorite looking to dominate this match. Lancer has the historical edge here, with a 56% win rate over Omnic in their past head-to-head matches. It's a long track record of success that should usually translate to an advantage. The real question is if Lancer can shake off that recent loss to Omnic and regain his control over the series. Lancer is rolling now, leading the tally 2-1. A total shutdown from the wine. Lancer keeps the momentum swinging in his favor. Pure efficiency from Lancer, who just completely shut down that momentum shift. Lancer is definitely looking for a redemption after that tough loss on Blame. He's showing some real grit, putting together another victory to trim the deficit. Omnic is fighting to close the gap and stay in this. He's not backing down, securing another lightning-fast victory to keep the pressure on. Lancer has really struggled with consistency today, managing only 5 wins across his last 13 games. Well, he is clearly fighting an uphill battle to keep his composure, and it'll be interesting to see if he can actually turn this into a serious lead. Lancer extends his lead to 6-4, firmly in control. Lancer is really looking to duplicate that blowout from Redline. Omnic is starting to slide. He needs to find an answer soon, or Lancer is going to put this away quickly. His overall win rate is much stronger over those thousands of games. Lancer takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Honestly, he's performing exactly how we thought he would. That 4-round streak gave him a lot of breathing room to work with. Omnic strikes back, narrowing the gap to 8-5. Lancer is fighting through a tough 5-8 run across the whole day. Lancer keeps cruising, now sitting comfortably at 9-5. He's looking to get back to that 47% success rate he holds here. Goodness! An absolute brawl of a round that ended with Lancer barely scraping through alive. He's simply refusing to let that lead slip. An effortless touch, and the momentum firmly swings back to the leader. He's on fire, moving one step closer to the victory after that clean exchange. Lancer is really making his high rank feel obvious today. What a way to close it out. Lancer storms through the finish line to secure the victory. Just a complete landslide. He looked like he was playing a different game entirely throughout those rounds. Welcome to the Redline map. We have Omnic and Lancer stepping up for this match, with Lancer holding a slight edge. Lancer takes the lead in their head-to-head history, owning 65% of their past meetings. It's a clear advantage that usually translates to wins, but Omnic is showing some surprising grit early on. I wonder if he can actually flip the script today. Omnic catches Lancer right off the ramp to take a commanding 3-round lead. The rankings don't show much of a gap, so this is anyone's game. He is simply refusing to let up, taking his 4th straight round. A complete reversal from their last meeting on Italy. He's just unstoppable right now, securing another victory from the ramp. That's quite a turnaround from the result on Italy. Lancer finds his mark from the ramp to finally put a halt to the onslaught. He's definitely got the high ground in their overall history. Omnic is really putting on the pressure now, leaving Lancer with a massive mountain to climb. Hard to believe the underdog is this focused right now. Omnic has a win rate of only 34% on this map. I mean, that really puts the current scoreline into perspective. It looks like he's completely ignored the historical data to outclass his opponent so far. He just can't stop the momentum, extending that gap to 8-1. Quite a difference from that recent 13-5 result on Italy. Lancer cleans things up from the ramp to keep his hopes alive. The higher rated player is fighting for his life here. Lancer is making a push, managing to clear Omnic right off that ramp. He has a fair bit more experience under his belt on this particular map. Omnic takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, we expected Lancer to hold the advantage here, but he's just not keeping up. Omnic is playing way above his rank right now. Time to see if Lancer wakes up. Unreal, he barely clings to life to secure another win from the ramp. He's just playing with the confidence of a top 10 player. Omnic doubles the damage, sitting comfortably at 10-4. It's clear why he's higher on the ladder. Lancer is starting to find some answers here, holding that ramp once again to keep himself in the game. He's managing to claw back into a tighter contest. Omnic just put a very quick end to that mini rally from Lancer. It's a huge swing from that 13-5 loss we saw earlier today. Lancer is refusing to go down quietly, trying to put a real dent in that lead. Still a tough hill to climb for the favorite. Omnic secures another one from the ramp, putting him just a single round away from victory. A bit of a nightmare scenario for the higher seeded player. What a way to end it! Omnic closes the door on the series with that final blow. He really came out and just dismantled the favorites' game plan from start to finish. Welcome to the show, everyone. Omnic and Lancer are facing off on Mappas, and Lancer enters this one as the favorite. Lancer holds a significant advantage in their head-to-head history, having won 65 of their previous meetings. It's interesting to see Omnic take an early lead considering how often he's fallen short against this opponent. We'll see if he can maintain that pressure. He's just untouchable right now, making it a 3-0 start. A complete flip from that last Italy match we saw. Absolutely ruthless. He manages to pick his opponent off the ramp to keep the run going. Lancer puts a stop to the onslaught with a sharp response. He is definitely leaning on that overall map experience right now. That's another flawless response from Lancer, who is refusing to let the lead spiral out of reach. Lancer is quickly closing that early gap. Omnic has a career win rate of just 35%. It's making this strong start even more impressive, since he's usually the one struggling in the long run. He's clearly playing with a huge amount of confidence today. Lancer barely survives that brutal trade, showing a lot of grit to pull the score to 5-3. He's proving that the pre-match predictions weren't wrong. Omnic manages to catch him right off the boxes to keep this momentum going. A huge shift from that dominant performance we saw from him on Italy. Lancer is digging deep here, delivering a clean shot to keep the pressure on. The a priori favorite is really starting to sharpen up. Both players were landing heavy hits, but the resilience from Lancer is paying off as he secures his second straight victory. He's really starting to tighten his grip on this series. We're all square at 6-6 going into the break. You know, Omnic is fighting way above his usual rank here. He's proved he can go toe-to-toe with a top-tier player for a full half. Fresh start for both here. What a way to open the second half, effortlessly taking control to push the lead to 7-6. He's showing why he's ranked so much higher on the ladder. Lancer continues his strong climb back into this match, taking 0 damage in that exchange. Lancer is playing with an incredible amount of composure right now. Lancer now holds a slim 1-round lead at 8-7. He's managed to nail a crucial reset right here. A quick rebound after that tough defeat on Italy. Lancer maintains his composure through a slower exchange to widen the gap. Lancer is really asserting his control over the server. He's staying completely composed, cleaning up that encounter to push his lead to 3. Omnic has the skill, but this is where the gap in their rankings really manifests. A tenacious fight from Omnic to disrupt the momentum and bring the deficit down to 2. Just a tiny bit of breathing room for him now. Lancer really clawed his way through that exchange to keep the upper hand. The difference in their experience levels is starting to feel very apparent. What an insane scramble! Lancer holds on with just a sliver of health to reach match point. Lancer is just refusing to give him any room to breathe. And there it is. Lancer closes out the map with an absolute shutout of a final round. Lancer just keeps finding a way to shut the door whenever the heat gets too high. He's officially back in the driver's seat. Welcome to the Dunes map. Let's see if Omnic can pull off an upset against the favored Lancer today. Lancer really holds a strong grip on this matchup, owning over 56% of their total encounters. He's certainly the one expected to close this out. Let's see if Omnic can disrupt that pattern tonight. We've got a dead heat now as the score stays level. Unreal, Lancer barely manages to secure the finish in a complete firefight. He's simply too fast, powering through with his third straight victory. Omnic manages to dig himself out of a deep hole to secure this one. The ranking gap is tiny, so it's no surprise this is a scrap. Lancer is cruising right now with a 4-2 lead. He seems to have the upper hand across their history. Lancer is just too sharp right now, effortlessly picking Omnic right off that box. Lancer is completely taking over now, moving to a 6-2 lead with a totally clean finish. Lancer is simply untouchable, using that box to maintain his lead with a perfect sequence. Omnic answers back with a measured exchange, narrowing the gap slightly. The gap between them on the ladder is nearly non-existent. Lancer is really playing into his strengths here, having won over 56% of their total matches. And you can see that familiarity paying dividends in the way he's controlling the space. It's looking like another typical result for the favorite. Lancer heads into the break with a comfortable 9-3 lead. I mean, he's just putting on a show here. Everything is going exactly as expected for the favorite so far. Lancer just can't be shaken, effortlessly taking that fight from the box to extend his lead. That was lightning fast, barely a second of action. Omnic puts the pressure on from the high ground and manages to secure a quick victory. The gap in their ladder positions is really minimal. Lancer is dominating the scoreboard with a 10-5 cushion. He's showing a bit more resilience than usual in this set. Lancer is closing the door on this one, refusing to let Omnic build any real momentum. Lancer shuts everything down with a quick burst to get himself within a single round of victory. Game over, Lancer claims a decisive victory to wrap things up right here. A very routine performance for the higher seed today, who really knows exactly how to shut down Omnic's game. Welcome to Orange. We have a great matchup today with Omnic taking on the favorite Lancer. Lancer really owns the head-to-head matchup with a 67-52 lead. It's a huge advantage, but the early momentum has shifted completely. We have to see if Lancer can recover his composure after a slow start. Omnic is putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. His recent form has been on the tear lately. Lancer has all the momentum now, quickly evening things up after that early scramble. He's playing the role of the favorite perfectly so far. Omnic edges ahead, taking a slim 3-2 lead. An impressive start for the lower ranked player here. Omnic is really running away with this, leading 4-2. His recent games have really been a struggle lately. Lancer is really starting to dig in his heels here, refusing to let Omnic take full control. The experience gap is starting to show for the number 31 ranked seed. Lancer claws back, and we're totally deadlocked at 4-4. Looking at his recent form, it's a total reversal from the start. Unbelievable. He survives by a thread in that absolute war, taking a commanding lead. The consistency from the higher rated side is becoming undeniable. Absolute carnage. Omnic barely walked away from that trade, just enough to level the series. The underdog is proving he can hold his own today. Omnic sneaks into a one-round advantage once again. He's really fighting for his recent slumps today. We're all square at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, this is far closer than the stats suggested. Omnic is showing incredible grit to keep pace with the higher seed right now. Let's see who blinks first now. Omnic takes a narrow lead, now sitting atop the board. His overall map win rate is slightly lower, but the confidence is there. Omnic is currently maintaining a 7-10 record over the last day. Well, he's playing far better in this specific server than his recent overall form suggests, and the momentum is swinging heavily in his direction. He continues to roll through this match, firmly taking control of the map. His current form is a complete flip from his last couple of games. What an incredible scramble. Lancer claws his way back from a tiny sliver of health to secure this round. Lancer just needed a spark to stop that bleeding. Omnic is distancing himself now, holding a free round cushion. A tough spot for the number 31 seed, really struggling here. That was just a lightning fast react, showing exactly why he is so dangerous in these tight spots. His experience is really starting to stabilize things. He's refusing to let that lead grow, securing another round to keep himself in the game. A really clean sequence of plays from the challenger. Lancer just completely leveled the playing field, erasing that deficit entirely. Both players are fighting for every single inch of ground now. A swift response from Omnic to reclaim the lead. Neither player can quite pull away in this tug of war. The comeback is complete. Lancer manages to bring this game right back to a dead heat. Total chaos as we head into the final stretch. Both players were trading damage in a frantic scramble, but Omnic manages to survive and close in on the victory. The mental fortitude from the lower seed is out of this world.
What a finish. Omnic digs deep in a brutal fight to close it out and take the series.
He really defied the odds with that series of plays today. Lancer played almost perfectly, but it just wasn't quite enough. What a fight! Welcome to the arena. We have Omnic and Lancer facing off today, with Lancer entering as the slight favorite. Lancer historically controls this rivalry with a 56% win rate. It's interesting to see how that compares to their recent series. Omnic has a clear disadvantage across the board, so he'll be looking to maintain this early pressure. Lancer holds a narrow lead as we head back. Neither one of these two is willing to let the other get a foothold in this set. The rank 33 player is fighting back hard. Omnic just shuts down Lancer's attempt to take high ground, keeping the momentum firmly in his favor. He's looking a lot more confident than he did in those early matches today. He is absolutely on fire right now, securing another lightning-fast victory. The momentum has shifted entirely. He just walked through that exchange without losing a single point of health. He's totally ignoring the history between these two. Lancer reacts quickly to close the gap, keeping his composure to bring this back to 5-3. The favorite is finally starting to push back. Omnic usually struggles against this opponent with a 35% all-time win rate. It's quite a change of pace seeing him outplay Lancer in a high-pressure series like this. Now the real question is whether he can convert this early lead into a full victory. Omnic is really pulling away with a commanding 7-4 lead. That was a lightning-fast reaction to snap things back. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the switch. You know, this is a huge surprise given how Lancer usually dominates the head-to-head. He is really playing above his rank right now to keep the favorite on the defense. Lancer needs to find the gear now. Incredible, he barely survives that exchange, clawing back around to keep himself in the game. Lancer has really developed a knack for his nail-biting escapes. He's showing some real grit here, fighting back to a dead heat. He is really capitalizing on those narrow escapes. Lancer is simply too fast right now, moving closer to a full comeback with an untouched victory. He's simply refusing to let up, putting together 4 straight to take command of this series. Absolute control from the favorite, extending this run to 5 straight. The gap in their current form is becoming impossible to ignore. A huge breath of air for Omnic, who holds his ground to finally snap that losing streak. He's showing just enough resilience to keep this set within reach. He's just too steady under pressure, edging closer to wrapping this up. Absolute precision on that final shot to take control again. He's refusing to fold, walking away from that duel completely unscathed to narrow the gap. A really tough spot for a player who normally thrives in this matchup. A huge play from the Tetris gives Lancer a huge advantage, moving him to match point. Absolute composure from him in that closing moment. He's refusing to go away, scoring another quick point to keep his hopes alive. The pressure is mounting on the favorite now. What a finish. Lancer digs deep to complete the comeback and takes the series. Omnic put up an incredible fight to force it deep, but he just couldn't close the door. He really pushed the pace today. What a match. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. We have Omnic and Lancer facing off to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Lancer enters this match with a clear advantage in their history, winning 56% of their career head-to-heads. It's a strong track record, but we've already seen him struggle in this specific series today. I wonder if Omnic can actually flip the script for once. Lancer holds a slim lead, but Omnic is fighting back. He's looking very comfortable throughout this set. These two are completely deadlocked. We're seeing a real toss-up here in the early stages. Lancer is definitely feeling the pressure after that 13-11 loss on Orange. Omnic is just too sharp right now, cutting Lancer down the moment he stepped onto that ramp. A completely different story than that dominant outing on Dunes. Absolute chaos now that Omnic has tied it up. Lancer definitely knows how to handle these high-pressure ties. Lancer is really starting to build some momentum here, punishing Omnic as soon as he peeked over that ramp. Lancer is just reclaiming his role as the favorite today. Omnic is playing with an incredible amount of speed tonight, quickly erasing Lancer from the ramp. Omnic is really starting to stack these wins up now, closing this one out from the ramp. He's really fighting a tough uphill climb based on his career numbers. We've got a total stalemate at 5 apiece. It is a tight battle between these two today. Lancer barely edges ahead as we head into round 11. The higher rated player is definitely starting to take control. Lancer goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as the rating suggested. He's showing why he's won over half of their career matchups. Time for a fresh start. Omnic is refusing to back down, quickly shutting Lancer down as he tried to hold that ramp. That is a surprising shift given how he's played the other maps today. Omnic is really starting to tear through Lancer's defense, claiming another victory from the ramp. Lancer just managed to secure the trade while holding the planks, putting him right back in control. Lancer is really leaning into that experience edge today. Lancer is really putting the clamps on this series, shutting Omnic down from the window for another round. He's really taking full advantage of the numbers game today. He keeps the run going, picking Omnic right off the window. A really tough run for the 34th seed today. Omnic puts on a clinic here, expertly clearing him off the ramp to close the gap. That's a huge swing of confidence for the underdog. He's showing real grit here, flicking Lancer right off that ramp to trim the lead. The pressure is mounting for the favorite now. Incredible! He's now completely erased that deficit to force a deadlock. It's a totally different energy than we saw at the start. Lancer answers back quickly, securing his lead from the ramp. He looks a lot more composed than he did on Orange. Lancer manages to shut that down and catches him on the ramp, bringing us to match point. That was way too clean of a read. And that's it. Lancer closes out the series in a huge way. Lancer just barely kept his head above water there, but he managed to hold off that late push. What a fight! Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Omnic and Lancer facing off on Mappas, with Lancer stepping in as the favorite. Lancer has been the dominant force in their history, winning about 57% of their career meetings. It's clear he's carrying that mental edge into this series. He's just looking to put an exclamation point on his recent streak. Lancer is simply cruising along with a 2-0 lead. Lancer's recent form has been scary, winning 70% of his last 10. Another lightning fast reaction, and he's just taking total control of the server. Lancer seems to have a real handle on the matchup today. A sharp response here as Omnic digs in and takes a round back. He's proven he can hold his own against the higher seed. The momentum is shifting as he secures another round, cutting the deficit to 1. Everything is open now as we move deeper into the first half. Lancer keeps his composure and shuts that down from the ramp to stay ahead. He's definitely proving why he's the higher seed on the ladder. Omnic has managed a 32% success rate on this particular layout, but those numbers are starting to look very grim. It's a sharp contrast to Lancer, who has seen significantly more success here. Lancer is really utilizing that experience to put a stranglehold on the game. He's showing some real guts here, continuing the climb to within 1 round. The pressure is starting to mount for the favorite. Unbelievable, he has completely erased the deficit and we are officially all square. Lancer is looking completely rattled after that sequence. Lancer regains a narrow lead and puts himself back in the driver's seat. Top 30 seed is proving a bit too steady for his opponent. We've got a dead heat at 6-all. Honestly, the script just got flipped. Omnic is playing way above his ranking right now and is refusing to be intimidated by the favorite. Fresh start for both players. He just takes control of the lead, pulling an incredible recovery by knocking Lancer off the ramp. A huge shakeup for a guy who usually owns the head-to-head. He survives a heavy exchange to take another one, continuing his climb back into this game. The momentum has shifted completely for the lower seed. Omnic now holds the advantage at 8-7. Lancer's experience in these high-pressure sets usually pays off. He's simply refusing to back down, securing another victory to push his lead to 9-7. Lancer has to find an answer quickly to keep this close. What a nail-biter! He manages to hold that ramp and clings on for dear life. He really walked a tightrope on that one. Goodness, they both tore each other apart in that brawl, but Lancer somehow digs deep to secure the tie. Both of them are fighting tooth and nail for every single digit. A total shutout here as Omnic continues this impressive run of form. The underdog is absolutely locked in right now. Total parity now. Omnic and Lancer are locked in at 10 apiece. A real battle of wills between these two today. Holy smoke. He barely survives that absolute war of attrition to take the lead. He's surviving on a prayer, just barely crossing the finish line. He just completely shuts that down, bringing the set back to a dead-even score. The pressure is mounting for the top-seeded player. Incredible poise from the challenger as he reaches a match point opportunity. Lancer has a mountain to climb now. What an unbelievable ending. Omnic closes out the set and completes the comeback. He really stood his ground today. Lanza had a few huge escapes, but just couldn't stop that final push. What a series! Welcome everyone, we're on orange for this match between Omnic and Lancer, with the favorite looking to hold his ground. Lancer has consistently controlled this rivalry with a 60% win rate across their head-to-head history. It's interesting that Omnic is the one starting strong after taking the first round. We'll see if that's just a flash of confidence or if he's actually tilting the balance today. Lancer claws back the lead to make it 2-1. That was much cleaner than the previous scramble. Incredible! That was a total slugfest, but he somehow walks away with a few points of health left. He's really putting those thousands of career matches to good use. Wow! He nearly lets it slip, but manages to scrap through with just enough health to keep the streak alive. He's really capitalizing on his superior rating in this series. Lancer just can't be stopped, taking 5 in a row to put himself in a commanding position. The higher seed is definitely making his presence felt. He's just completely in charge now, extending that streak to 6. Lancer is looking very composed after that narrow loss on Blade Mapas. He's simply not giving up an inch of ground, racking up 7 straight. What a scramble! Both players were nearly empty, but Omnic barely edges him out in that chaotic exchange. Lancer has found a lot of success on this specific layout, winning 43% of his contests here. And honestly, he's using that familiarity to shut down any attempt at a comeback. Lancer is just too consistent to let Omnic build any real momentum. Lancer heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. You know, he's playing exactly like the favorite should be. He's mostly just out-aiming Omnic in every trade. Omnic needs to find a spark. Lancer is practically untouchable with a 9-4 lead. A very clean response to that momentary slip. Lancer is cruising toward the finish at 10-4. Lancer is looking sharp and keeping his overall league rating in check. He's refusing to go quietly, putting up a real fight to keep this from becoming a complete blowout. Still trying to bridge that gap between their current rankings. Omnic claws back another, making it 6-10 now. He's on fire. That's 3 straight for Omnic, and the tide is finally turning. Lancer really needs to regain his composure after those last few rounds. He's simply unstoppable right now, marking 4 straight rounds of pure dominance. This shift in momentum completely flips the script on the pre-match expectations. What a frantic exchange! Lancer barely manages to survive that clash, to move within 2 of a victory. That's a solid response coming from the higher rated player. Unreal, he barely clings to life in that brutal exchange, but he manages to secure the round. Absolute nail-biter. He barely walked out of that one alive. The comeback continues as he puts together another win to narrow the deficit. The underdog is really starting to make his mark. Lancer puts a stop to the momentum and moves a single round away from victory. The pressure is mounting, but his composure remains rock solid. What a gritty fight. He claws his way back into this, refusing to let Lancer close the door just yet. He's proving that his seed doesn't tell the whole story. Absolute deadlock. He wipes the floor with his opponent to force the game into overtime. Absolute mayhem in that exchange, but Omnic digs deep to survive and extend his run. Lancer is really feeling the pressure of this unexpected turnaround. Lancer puts a stop to that momentum immediately, evening the score in this intense overtime battle. Things have stayed incredibly tight throughout their recent meetings. The pace of these rounds is just lightning fast lately, leaving zero room for errors. Lancer is leaning on that massive volume of career matches today. What a fight! He survives an absolute war of attrition to bring the series back to a deadlock. Both players are just refusing to let the other pull away. Lancer finds his target just in time to seize the advantage and put himself on the verge of victory. It is getting harder and harder for the challenger to find an answer. What a statement! He puts Lancer down instantly to put himself one step closer to the victory. Omnic is now leading 16-15 in a total thriller. Lancer answers back and we're completely tied up at 16-0. Lancer edges back ahead with a 17-16 lead. Lancer is certainly reclaiming the advantage here. Lancer is pulling away further, extending his lead to 18-16. The higher seed is really finding his footing as the finish line nears. Lancer is running away with it now, leading 19-16. He's just too seasoned for this level, managing to keep his head when it mattered most in that late game chaos. He really had to fight for it. Welcome everyone! We've got Omnic and Lancer facing off on Dunes, where the favorite looks to maintain their strong lead. Lancer has consistently owned this matchup with a 56% win rate over their history. He's really looking to push that gap further today. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can find a way to flip the script this time. Unbelievable. He survives a total war of attrition with just a sliver of health left. Lancer's firmly in control now, leading 3-1. The higher rated player is clearly making his presence felt. Lancer is just dominating with a massive 4-1 cushion. He is really capitalizing on that higher ladder rank. Omnic refuses to back down, showing real grit to chip away at that lead. That was a lightning quick stop for the underdog. What a scramble! Omnic manages to claw out a victory by the skin of his teeth to keep this rally alive. Lancer has won 4 of the last 5 head-to-head encounters, and honestly, that historical dominance is starting to show here. It feels like he's simply more comfortable in these pressure moments. We have to see if Omnic can break that pattern before the gap becomes insurmountable. A flawless execution there, and Omnic is proving he can hang with the best today. Omnic is really putting on a show here, knocking Lancer off the box to close the gap. The momentum is swinging just as we approach the half. We head into the break with Lancer holding a 7-5 lead, and honestly, this is exactly how we expected the match to start. Omnic is fighting hard, but the top-seeded player is keeping his composure. Fresh start for both players now. The gap is practically gone now. Lancer has to dig deep to protect his seed now. He's completely flipped the script, bringing us right back to a deadlock at 7-all. This is definitely a high-pressure spot for the favorite. He's completely overtaken the lead now, securing his 3rd straight win to push the score to 8-7. Pure confidence on display from the underdog right now. Another effortless victory for Omnic, who just dropped Lancer right off that box. This is getting incredibly tense for the seed. Lancer answers back immediately with a clean fight to pull within one. He's starting to find his footing after those tough losses earlier. Omnic manages to secure the kill and knock his opponent off the box. Omnic is now just a single round ahead. Both players are putting up a huge shift today with their recent volumes. We're all tied up at 10 apiece for both players. Lancer's overall consistency is really showing over the long haul. He's showing incredible resolve, continuing this charge to pull ahead by 1. A really clean response to get back on top. Lancer used that height advantage perfectly to shut things down and secure the tie. Neither man can pull away in this absolute nail-biter. Lancer claws back the lead and stands on the precipice of victory. He's really stepping up as the higher-seeded player in this clutch. Game over. Lancer closes the door and secures the match. Omnic pushed him to the absolute limit, but he just couldn't find that final gear to seal the deal. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone to the arena. We have Omnic facing off against the favored Lancer in this opening match. Lancer holds a significant overall edge in the head-to-head history, winning about 57% of their matchups, and we're seeing that pattern play out right now. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can find a way to disrupt that momentum today. Lancer's currently in the driver's seat with a 2-1 lead. He's desperate for a result after that rough 9-14 run today. Everything has flipped. Lancer started strong, but now Omnic has completely turned the tide. We're looking at a very close match between two players in the 30s on our rating. Another clean blast. He's completely taking control of this series. He just won't stop, knocking Lancer off the boost to move ahead by 2. A total reversal from how their most recent meetings usually end. A sharp response from Lancer to keep things competitive. Omnic has really struggled against Lancer in the past, losing those last couple of maps earlier today. It's interesting to see how he's refusing to let that history get in his head right now. He's effectively ignoring the long-term trends to keep this lead. Absolute perfection. He just keeps piling this on, extending his lead to 7. What a frantic exchange, but he barely scrapes through that one to keep the roll going. The lower ranked player is simply not letting up today. Omnic takes an 8-4 lead into the break, and honestly, the script has been tossed out the window. He's putting up a serious fight despite the historical gap in their skill levels. Time to see how Lancer responds. Omnic is just unstoppable, extending it to 9-4. He's really flipping the script on the usual head-to-head numbers. Omnic stays dominant, moving to a comfortable 9-5 lead. Lancer has finally found his feet, putting together a couple of quick rounds to bring this game closer. He's definitely starting to lean on that higher ladder rank. Omnic holds a strong 4-round cushion at 10-6. A complete reversal from how the match started. A gritty win for Omnic, widening the gap to 10-7. He is certainly playing better than his recent 70% win rate suggests. Lancer just can't find an answer right now, and the gap is starting to look quite serious. He's looking far more confident than his 30% recent form suggests. A total shutdown, and now he is just one step away from victory. That was an incredibly fast finish. Lancer secures the round from the ramp, delaying the inevitable for a moment. Needed a stop there to keep the pressure on. What a way to finish. Omnic shuts the door and secures a huge victory. A massive statement, win for the underdog, proving he can trade blows with the top players on this map. Welcome to Berserk League. We've got Omnic taking on the favored Lancer today on Mappas. Let's see who wins. Lancer has won 71 of their previous meetings. It's definitely an uphill climb for Omnic given that lifetime lead. He's hoping that early round win is a sign of things to come today. Lancer answers back, and we are all squared up. Lancer definitely has a higher win rate overall in their long history. Lancer pulls ahead by 1, taking control now. He's looking a lot more comfortable than in that last series. Lancer is simply on fire right now, storming his way to a 3-round tear. Looking like the top seed here as soon as he gets his timing right. He just won't stop, walking away with a huge 4-round surge. He's really making his mark as the favorite today. A sharp reaction there from Omnic to shut down the momentum and tighten the gap. Lancer's early lead is still holding firm for now. A gritty exchange here, and he emerges on top to keep the pressure building. He's proven that his current rank isn't the only story here. Unreal. Lancer barely survives that exchange from the ramp, clinging to a tiny sliver of health to stay ahead. He's firmly in control after a rough first set today. Absolutely wild. Both players were nearly dead, but he manages to scrape through with the bare minimum. That is an incredible sequence of clutch escapes back to back. What a scramble. Lancer barely escapes that fight with a handful of health to keep his streak alive. Just another hard-fought battle in a long-running rivalry. What a desperate fight. He barely comes out alive, but he manages to secure another win before the break. A truly nail-biting stretch of low health finishes. Lancer heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. Honestly, the favorite is doing exactly what we expected from him. He's using that map experience to keep Omnic at bay. Time to swap sides. Omnic holds a 35% lifetime win rate, which means he's used to fighting from behind. But he's clearly finding his confidence now that he's flipped the momentum. It will be interesting to see if he can keep this pace through the second half. Lancer holds a free round cushion as we hit 15. That effectively kills the momentum from that earlier surge. He's showing a lot of heart right now, digging deeper to narrow this gap. Still plenty of ground to cover for the underdog. A perfect hit there to keep the charge going, putting Lancer on his heels. Lancer has an impressive total of 115 wins under his belt. Incredible, he completely erases that deficit and we are locked up at 9 apiece. A total shift from how this whole match started. Lancer manages to reclaim a slim advantage here. Lancer is just starting to exert his influence once more. Lancer puts an end to that brief rally, using the ramp to keep himself comfortably in the driver's seat. He refuses to back down, continuing this climb toward a possible upset. Omnic keeps proving he can hang with the top-tier talent. Lancer claims another one from the ramp, putting himself just a single step away from victory. Lancer closes the door with a clean shot to secure the victory. He really showed some grit to close that out, especially with how many times he walked the line today. He really earned that one. Welcome to the Berserk League. Omnic and Lancer are facing off on Italy, with Lancer entering as the slight favorite. Lancer typically controls the head-to-head, winning 57% of their historical encounters. So Omnic is fighting a steep uphill battle in terms of psychology today. It will be interesting to see if he can actually disrupt the usual flow of these matches. Lancer's now staring down a 2-1 lead. The number 31 ranked player is showing why he has the upper hand. He's absolutely taken over the server, strolling to a commanding lead. Lancer had just handled a similar fight on Mappas earlier today. Lancer is simply untouchable right now, wiping the floor with his opponent. That was a heavy exchange, but he survives the encounter to push his streak to 5. Lancer seems to have all the answers today. A sharp response from Omnic to break that long run. He really needed that one to keep this set competitive. Lancer has won 70% of his last 10 bouts, which is a staggering pace considering the volatility of these duels. It's an incredible level of consistency, and the scoreline we're seeing right now is simply a reflection of that form. He's really putting a clamp on this series. Lancer holds a strong lead and is looking very comfortable playing from the wine area. He's been playing high-stakes games all day, and it shows. Absolutely wild. Omnic barely survives that clash, clinging on with just 13 health. A lucky break for the lower seed to keep things interesting. Lancer takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, it's a pretty standard start for the favorite. He's comfortably in the driver's seat, and Omnic is really struggling to get any momentum going. Lancer keeps his grip with an 8-5 cushion. He's definitely fighting through a tough stretch of luck today. Lancer is just dominant, moving to a 9-5 lead. Unbelievable. Both of them were nearly gone, but he manages to scrape through that chaotic trade. Lancer has certainly played a lot of games with over 8,000 to his name. That's a crushing blow for Omnic, who just had a nice run going, but is completely outplayed here. He secures another win from the wine position to put up a fight. He's really digging in to stay alive in this set. Omnic is putting up a serious fight here, closing the gap with some incredibly quick reactions. He's simply on fire right now, claiming another effortless victory to keep the pressure mounting. Lancer shuts down the comeback attempt and puts himself in a prime position to close this out. What a finish! Lancer closes it out with a perfect round to secure the series. Omnic put up a valiant effort, but he just couldn't keep up with that blistering speed in the clutch. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. We've got Omnic and Lancer facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Lancer holds a strong head-to-head advantage with a 57% career win rate against Omnic. It's interesting to see him start the series slow, given how comfortably he's usually handled this matchup. He'll need to shake off this early loss quickly. Omnic's really heating up with a 2-1 lead. A real battle of the bottom half of the ladder right here. Omnic just reads him perfectly, picking Lancer right off the window to put a serious dent in this series. It's a shocking shift from the recent series where Lancer swept 2 games. Another fast exchange, and now he's completely taken control of this map. Lancer is usually the one dictating the pace in these sets. Lancer shows a bit of grit here, refusing to let the deficit grow any further. He's definitely fighting to prove he belongs in the favorite spot. That is a total shutdown as he secures another win to keep the pressure on. Omnic is simply outplaying him right now, using that ramp to keep the pressure high. He's really defying the usual outcomes in this series. Lancer is showing real persistence here, digging deep to narrow the gap. It's a critical moment for the favorite to steady the ship. Lancer is on fire now, completely erasing the deficit to tie things up. He's suddenly looking completely untouchable in these exchanges. Omnic narrowly regains the lead at 6-5. He's looking much more composed than in those earlier matchups today. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, we expected a much tougher time for the underdog, given the history here. He's simply refusing to back down against a higher ranked opponent. Fresh starts for both players now. Lancer quickly shuts him down on the ramp to keep the momentum swinging. A clean response to get right back into the thick of it. Lancer catches him from the ramp to bring this series completely level. Neither player seems to have the upper hand right now. Omnic just edges ahead again, taking a 1-point lead. Omnic is really fighting back after those losses on the other maps. Lancer is staying strong, picking the opponent right off the ramp to bring the score even. Lancer looks completely locked in after that halftime adjustment. He is simply outclassing everyone from the ramp to secure another win. That's a high impact way to flip this game on his head. Omnic proves that playing the ramp isn't a guarantee, catching Lancer completely off guard. Lancer has been the dominant force in their head-to-head history. Omnic is putting on a clinic from the ramp, suddenly looking like the one in control here. Omnic manages to drag himself across the finish line, dropping Lancer off the ramp. Lancer's strong 70% run over his last 10 hasn't helped him here. Lancer puts up a strong answer here, continuing to narrow that gap. A clean read to stop the bleeding. A gritty battle of attrition, but Omnic clears the ramp to put himself one away from the victory. Unbelievable. He shuts the door right there to claim the victory. He really stepped up his game to snatch this one from the favorite. A massive result for the lower seed. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Dunes. Lancer enters as the favorite today, but Omnic is ready to fight back. Lancer really has the upper hand historically, with 73 total wins in their head-to-head history. It's clear he's the one to beat today, but Omnic is already proving that those past results don't dictate this specific game. Let's see if he can build a lead early. Omnic is absolutely cruising with a 2-1 lead. That was a lightning fast response to get back into it. The pace is picking up and Omnic is capitalizing on a very strong start here. Omnic is just dominating, leading comfortably at 4-1. Lancer's recent win streak in their last 3 meetings looks distant right now. Lancer is showing some real grit, cleaning up the exchange from the box. He's starting to show why he entered this one as the favorite. Omnic has a low overall win rate of 35% across his long history. Well, he's definitely defying the numbers right now by putting Lancer on the defensive. It'll be interesting to see if this momentum holds as soon as the match hits the midway point. Lancer shuts him down from the box and continues the climb back into this set. He's looking way more comfortable now as the gap closes. Unreal, he barely survives a brutal trade to knock him off the box. That's a really tight window to squeeze through for the lead. A much needed response from Lancer, who remains untouched as we approach the first break. He's really locking in as the first half winds down. We head into the break at the deadlock, 6-6. I mean, it's a huge surprise to see Omnic holding his own against someone of Lancer's caliber. Lancer definitely needs to step up the pressure to regain control. Fresh start for both players. He edges out the win, securing a slim 1-round lead after the switch. He is certainly playing like the top-seeded seed in this matchup. Lancer is staying resilient, wiping the floor with that exchange to keep the momentum swinging his way. A total shutdown as he secures his 3rd straight win to extend the gap. The pressure is clearly mounting for the underdog now. He puts a stop to that run and proves he's far from out of this fight. He really refuses to let this match slide away. He picks him off the box with another quick burst, continuing this strong push back into the game. He is absolutely on fire right now, evening things up at 9-all. He just won't stop. That's 4 straight for Omnic to firmly take control of this series. What a display of speed! He just completely erased his opponent to extend this incredible run. He's completely rewritten the script of this match, putting himself 1 step away from the victory. A complete reversal of expectations for this set. Lancer refuses to go quietly, shutting things down completely to keep his hopes alive. The experience of the favorite is starting to show. He maintains his composure from the box, keeping the dream alive for now. He's truly finding a way to shut down those early bursts. Absolute madness. He keeps the streak going and forces us into a sudden death tiebreaker. Absolutely nail-biting as we head into this final stretch. Lancer just won't stop, claiming another round to put a crushing grip on this series. Absolute lockdown from here on out. Lancer is simply unstoppable right now, crossing the line again without taking a single hit. A grueling exchange that barely saw anyone come out on top, but he clinches the win. That was a grueling fight to put himself in position. What a finish! Lancer outlasts him in a brutal shootout to close it out. He really pushed the pace to the limit here, but just couldn't find that final breakthrough in the extra rounds. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we've got Lancer and Omnic facing off today in the arena, with Lancer entering as the favorite. Lancer currently holds a significant lead in their head-to-head history with 74 total wins. It's an edge that usually translates into consistent results. We'll see if Omnic can break that cycle today. Lancer is just cruising along with a 2-0 lead. His recent match against the rank 34 player was an impressive 16-12 finish. Omnic fights back, narrowing the gap to 2-1. He's looking a bit more comfortable now after that 11-17 day. The momentum has completely shifted. Omnic is on a roll and has wiped out Lancer's early advantage. He's just unstoppable right now, taking full control of the match. Things are looking very different from the pre-match predictions. Lancer takes the advantage from the boost to bring this series back to a draw. Lancer is really making a case for his higher ranking right now. Unbelievable. Both players were nearly spent in that exchange, but Omnic manages to scrape by with a narrow victory. That was an absolute nail-biter of a trade. Omnic just shuts him down and keeps the pressure on, picking him right off the ramp. Omnic is just tearing through him, putting together a strong 3-round surge. He's playing like a man possessed, completely ignoring those ladder rankings. What a scramble! Lancer barely survives that chaotic exchange to keep his comeback hopes alive. He's definitely showing why he entered this one as the slight favorite. Lancer secures another victory, continuing his climb back into this contest. He's finally found a way to lock down these dual exchanges. Omnic goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. You know everything about the stats pointed to a Lancer victory here. He's fighting uphill right now against an underdog who simply isn't missing. Time to see who blinks first. Lancer has a 46% win rate on this specific map, and honestly, it's surprising to see him falling so far behind in a spot where he usually holds the advantage. Now the pressure is really on him to find a way back into this match. What a war! Both players traded heavy damage, but Lancer manages to survive this scramble with just a sliver of health left. He's definitely starting to find an opening in this series. Omnic isn't letting Lancer breathe, quickly answering that challenge and picking him off the boost. The gap in their rankings is barely showing right now. What a fight. He barely holds on for his life, escaping that chaos with a single point of health. That was an absolute miracle of a survival. Omnic is firmly in the driver's seat at 10-7. He's certainly leaning on that overall head-to-head dominance today. Lancer's tenacity is on full display as he keeps the pressure high, pulling within 2 rounds. He's finally carving out some room to breathe in this set. Lancer is absolutely on fire right now, scoring another lightning-fast point to keep this rally going. He's completely taken over the game, tying it up with a 4th straight win. Lancer is just refusing to stop, closing out another fast round to move ahead. Omnic holds the momentum, shaking things up to even the tally. Lancer really has to buckle down to maintain his overall advantage. Lancer is just refusing to crumble, securing another victory from the boost to put himself 1 step away from the win. The mental game is clearly shifting in his favor. What a finish. Lancer secures the final kill to complete a legendary comeback and take the match. Omnic really put the pressure on early on, but he just couldn't close the door. He fought so hard for that result. What a match! Welcome to the show. Lancer and Omnic are stepping onto orange to see who comes out on top. Lancer holds a substantial 75-56 lifetime lead in their head-to-head encounters. It's clear he's entered this match as the favorite, but the early momentum has shifted in Omnic's direction. We'll see if that history actually plays a part in the comeback. Lancer takes the lead with a tight 2-1 score. Both players have had an incredibly long day of matchups. Lancer is simply on another level right now, securing a completely untouched kill to extend his streak. He's simply untouchable right now, adding a 4th straight to his tally. He's looking very confident coming off those recent wins in the previous maps. A quick response here as Omnic finds his footing and halts the bleeding. Lancer will need to tighten up to maintain his edge here. Lancer has been showing a lot of consistency lately with a 70% win rate in his last 10 matches. So yeah, he's certainly playing the part of the favorite right now. He just needs to keep this pace up to close out the map. Omnic stays aggressive and picks up another win, refusing to let Lancer run away with things. He's proving to be a stubborn opponent today. He's refusing to fade away, keeping the pressure high to stay within striking distance. The underdog is starting to make this an incredibly close contest. What a scrap! He barely survives that exchange to even the score at 5-5. He is just refusing to let Lancer breathe right now. Lancer draws first blood to reclaim a slim advantage before the switch. A completely different pace compared to that last slugfest. We've got a dead heat at 6-6. I mean, it's an even split, which plays right into the expected script for this pair. Both players showed they can go on runs, so this one is wide open. Fresh start for both. A grueling exchange here, but he manages to secure the lead at 7-6. A clean double header to start this side for him. Unbelievable, he claws out the victory by the skin of his teeth after a brutal slugfest. He's a survivor, barely escaping for the second time in a row. Another effortless pick for Omnic as he continues his charge back into this match. Lancer is really struggling to find a way back into this. He's just in complete control now, pushing his lead to 10-6. Lancer manages to dig in and secure a much needed round. A crucial moment for him, especially after those 2 straight losses earlier today. He continues to grind his way back, putting up another win to keep this rally alive. The early deficit is finally starting to shrink. He is absolutely on fire, securing another flawless finish to keep this incredible surge going. What a run! He keeps the momentum soaring and brings the match back to a dead even split. Omnic shows some real grit here, staying composed in a slower dance to reclaim the lead. He's completely shaking off that early slump from the first half. Absolute precision from Omnic to put himself just a single win away from victory. Unreal! Omnic closes the gap completely and claims a massive victory here. He really fought through the noise to get this one, especially since he's typically struggled against that guy. What a performance! Welcome back to Berserk League. We've got Lancer and Omnic facing off on Italy, with the favorite looking for a strong start. Lancer has typically owned this rivalry with a 57% win rate over their shared history, but that control has slipped recently. Omnic actually took their most recent encounter and is playing with a lot more confidence right now. I'm curious to see if he can keep that momentum going. Just completely outclassed. Omnic is absolutely tearing through the early stages here. Lancer finds a way back into this, dropping down from the wine for a fast kill. He's starting to look like that slight favorite we expected. A gritty exchange here, and Lancer holds his ground to keep this fight alive. Lancer is making a serious push here. Omnic still holds a commanding 2-round lead over Lancer. An incredibly sharp response to take total control. Omnic is currently putting up a strong fight despite having a lower all-time win rate of 35%. It's clear he's not intimidated by Lancer's long-term dominance today. Now we just have to see if that initial surge holds up as the match progresses. He holds the advantage from the wine and shuts down the momentum swing. He's clearly playing the role of the spoiler tonight. Just a complete shutout as he secures his 4th straight win. The lower rated player is completely ignoring the odds right now. Lancer manages to dig in and put an end to that runaway streak. A bit of a mixed bag for him today, finishing 16-14 overall so far. He's simply too fast for him to handle right now. Omnic takes a strong 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, this is a total reversal of what we expected. Lancer usually controls their head-to-head, but he is struggling to keep up with his opponent right now. Lancer needs a wake-up call. Lancer just cuts that gap to 5-8. His rank is barely above his opponent's, which explains why this is so tight. Another clean win for Lancer, who is showing a lot of heart to climb back into this. He's finally starting to play like the higher ranked seed in this match. Omnic is still firmly in the driver's seat at 9-6. That was a blink and you missed that exchange. He is refusing to back down, putting a hard stop to any hope of a blowout. He's fighting to prove that original prediction correct. Omnic still holds a 3-point cushion over Lancer. It's a stark contrast to their last few maps on Dunes and Map. What a brutal trade! He managed to outlast the exchange and claw back one more round. That was an incredibly narrow survival on the final hit. Lancer is simply refusing to let this match slip away, putting together another clean frame to bring the score to 9-10. Lancer is really starting to seize the initiative now. Omnic keeps his cool, effectively shutting down that comeback attempt for now. He keeps the pressure high, stubbornly chipping away at that deficit. A precarious spot for the leader to be in. What a snapshot! Omnic puts him down instantly to put himself on the verge of victory. What a finish! Omnic shuts the door on the competition and secures the victory. Lancer fought so hard to close that gap, but he just couldn't find the final answer. A massive effort from both sides. What a fight! Welcome to Berserk League duels. We've got Lancer and Omnic facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Lancer starts things off strong, taking a really nice opening shot from the ramp. He's looking to bounce back after those two tough losses to start the day. Unbelievable! He claws back through a brutal exchange on the ramp to survive with almost nothing. Lancer certainly looks like the favorite in this pairing. Lancer is simply on another level right now, taking this one in a heartbeat. Omnic is staying composed, shutting the door on Lancer's momentum with an effortless kill. It's a good sign for the underdog to keep this competitive. He's making a real stand, securing another rapid win to stay right in this. Lancer holds a significant career lead over his opponent with 75 wins to 58. But it's important to remember that Omnic has had the upper hand in their most recent encounters. He'll be looking to use that confidence to close the gap. Lancer is pulling away now, leading 5-3.
His slightly higher ranking is starting to reflect in the gameplay.
Lancer just completely dismantled him while Omnic was perched up on the ramp. He's really looking to get back at him after those recent losses. Omnic answers back with a clean finish to narrow the gap to 2. Quick reaction there to halt that momentum. Omnic is showing a lot of heart, erasing that gap just before we head into the break. Lancer needs to regroup quickly here. We're all tied up at 6 apiece. Well, this is exactly the sort of battle we expected given how close these two are in rank. It'll be interesting to see if Lancer can finally pull ahead after the switch. Let's see who blinks first. Omnic refuses to budge, shutting this one down before Lancer can even react. The momentum shift is starting to feel very real. That was a real scrap, but he manages to pull ahead and solidify his lead. The confidence from those earlier head-to-head bouts is really showing. What a nail-biter! He barely scrapes through that chaos to extend his lead. Lancer is really struggling to find an answer for this surge. Lancer stays tenacious, shutting down that rally to keep his hopes alive. The favorite is finally stepping up to close that gap. A quick duel here and the lead grows as he refuses to let his opponent get a foothold. The pressure is really mounting on the higher seeded player. Omnic shuts this down from the ramp, showing some real grit to stay in control. He's really locking down those exchanges now. Lancer is fighting for every single round now, refusing to let the series slip away. It's a tight battle between two players very close on the ladder. He's showing a lot of grit, keeping this rally going with a clean strike. Lancer is refusing to let this game slide away. Omnic manages to find his mark and puts himself on the threshold of victory. A quick reset for the underdog here. What a scrap! Lancer just refused to go down, surviving a slugfest to keep this series alive. Lancer is fighting back hard to keep this series competitive. Absolutely insane. Omnic survives by a mere sliver of health to secure the series victory. He's really making a statement now, taking the series and proving he can hang with the top guys. He had to work for that. Welcome to the league. Lancer and Omnic are facing off on Dunes, and Lancer enters this match as the favorite. Omnic is currently on a 3-game win streak against Lancer, and seeing this pattern emerge again suggests it might be more than just a fluke. The bigger question is whether Lancer can actually break this cycle today. Omnic takes a commanding 2-1 lead heading into round 3. This is starting to feel like a repeat of those early matches today. Omnic is putting on a real performance here, really leaning into that momentum from their previous games. Lancer is fighting back, but Omnic holds a slim lead. His historical lead in the head-to-head matchup is certainly starting to show. We are all square now, with Lancer tying things up. It's a toss-up right now, especially since both are sitting so close in rating. Lancer was starting to build some real traction there, but Omnic just shut that down immediately. Unbelievable. He claws back the advantage in a frantic trade, surviving with barely a sliver of health left. Omnic keeps the edge with a narrow 5-4 lead. That was an incredibly fast reaction for the take. Lancer really enjoys his historical edge in this matchup, which is exactly why he's usually favored. It's just a shame that his current form is completely opposite to the overall stats. He has to figure out why these specific duels are slipping away if he wants to turn this around. Omnic takes a solid 8-4 lead into the break. The underdog is completely ignoring the rankings right now. Lancer looks lost and will need a serious spark to avoid another loss today. Let's see some fresh energy now. Omnic is cruising along with a comfortable 8-5 lead. Lancer is definitely trying to claw back that total match lead. Lancer is really struggling to close this 9-5 gap. His current form is an exact mirror of his recent match history. Omnic is just relentless right now, cutting him down even from that height advantage. He's really continuing to dominate the series today. What a scramble! Both players were nearly dead, but Omnic manages to scrap through for another win. He just can't find an answer for those shots, and now the pressure is fully on Lancer to avoid a total collapse. A sudden response here, as Lancer pulls him off the box to keep himself in the fight. He's finally starting to carve out a path back into this. Absolute perfection! To seal the deal, Omnic closes it out with a flawless final encounter. That's a statement win right there, especially since he's just completely dismantled the long-term stats in this series. Welcome everyone, we've got Lancer and Omnic facing off on orange to see who comes out on top today. Lancer leads the all-time head-to-head matchup 75-60, which shows a strong historical preference for his style of play, but we have to remember that Omnic has actually taken the last 3 games they played today. It will be interesting to see who finds their rhythm first in this set. Both players traded damage in a frantic sequence, but he managed to outlast his opponent for another victory. He's just completely taking over this map, moving to a 4-round shutout. A complete turnaround from their previous 3 meetings today. Lancer is simply too fast, putting a firm grip on this match with a 5-round sweep. The rankings practically show a dead heat between these two. A brutal exchange there, but Omnic manages to hold his ground and claim the round. Omnic has been having a rough go of it on this map, with a win rate of only 33%. But he's clearly found a way to disrupt Lancer's early lead here. The momentum is shifting entirely into his hands. Lancer answers back quickly to put some distance between himself and his opponent. Lancer is comfortably in the driver's seat at 7-3. He's fighting a tough battle after 3 straight losses to this opponent. He's on a tear right now, taking full control as we head toward the mid-game break. He's really shaking off those previous losses from earlier today. Lancer goes into the break with a huge 9-3 lead. Everything is lining up with what we expected to see. He looked much sharper than the other guy throughout these 12 rounds. Time to swap sides. Lancer is just relentless, pushing his lead to 10-3. He's finally getting his revenge for those 3 straight losses earlier. He's just far too strong from that ramp, really making things difficult for Omnic right now. The rating gap between them is virtually non-existent on the ladder. Omnic is fighting for every round now, making sure this isn't just a complete blowout. He's definitely playing the role of the favorite in this series. What a scrap! Omnic clawed his way out of that nightmare, surviving by the skin of his teeth. He's actually in the middle of a strong 4-round run lately. A quick recovery for Lancer, and he is now just 1 round away from victory. It's a tough mountain to climb for the opponent right now. And that is it. A perfect final shot seals the victory for Lancer. He really made a statement there, proving that the head-to-head advantage still holds true when the pressure is on. Welcome everyone, we've got Lancer and Omnic stepping onto Mappas today to see who comes out on top. Lancer holds a clear advantage in their head-to-head history. You can see that confidence translating into his game right now. It will be interesting to see if Omnic can flip the script like he has in previous encounters. He almost didn't make it out alive, clutching a narrow victory to even things up. The two of them are fighting almost exactly at the same level today. Lancer regains control now with a 2-1 lead. This feels like a familiar battle, looking at their long history together.
Lancer's definitely found his rhythm, leading 3-1.
Exactly what you'd expect from the higher-seeded player here. Omnic keeps this series tightly contested, refusing to let Lancer pull away. The two players are essentially neck and neck on the ladder. Omnic has clawed back to a dead heat at 3-3. Lancer has typically held the upper hand in their history. Unreal. He survives a desperate shootout from the ramp, barely clinging to life to take the lead. Lancer's career win rate is about 46% over thousands of games. I mean, he's demonstrating that long-term stability right now by pulling ahead. If he keeps this pace, it'll be a very quick climb to the finish line.
Lancer just nudged ahead to a 5-4 lead.
He's fought through a tough set of losses in their most recent series.
And just like that, Omnic forces a 5-all deadlock.
He's quickly making up for that heavy defeat on Orange. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he pulls through with a tiny sliver of health left. Neither player is separating themselves from the pack in the rankings today. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. The favorite is playing exactly as we expected. Omnic has a decent shot here, though, as the gap between them remains small.
Lancer is really starting to run away with this 8-5 lead.
It's a similar pattern to that blowout victory on Orange. Good grief, he almost collapsed. Lancer barely manages to hold his ground from the ramp to secure the win.
Lancer's firmly in the driver's seat at 9-6. Lancer clearly has the historical advantage overall in this matchup.
What a scrap, he just barely edges out that fight to keep the momentum swinging his way. He's looking way more comfortable now as the gap narrows. Lancer just can't be shaken right now, shutting that down from the ramp with an incredibly fast reaction. Omnic is refusing to fold, putting up another fight to stay in this. He is certainly fighting back to make this a real contest. These rounds are starting to move lightning fast. Lancer is just a hair quicker on the draw today.
The higher seed is really putting on a showing today.
A long standoff that ended with a perfect shot, putting him one step away from victory. He is simply refusing to give an inch right now. Absolute madness. He barely survives that brutal exchange to shut the door on this series. Lancer just can't be stopped in this matchup, continuing his dominance over Omnic even after those earlier struggles today. Welcome back to Berserk League duels. Lancer and Omnic are facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Lancer holds a strong 77-60 head-to-head lead over Omnic in their history together. It's clear that psychological advantage is carrying over after those previous wins today. Now the question is whether Omnic can shake that trend and put up a fight. Omnic is surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. He's defying the usual expectations as the underdog here. Lancer really stepped up there to keep things even and stop the momentum from sliding away. Lancer is really starting to push the pace, taking control from the ramp to get the edge. Omnic is really struggling to find his breath in this one. We've got a dead heat now with Lancer and Omnic tied up at 3-all. A very tight matchup between these two on the ladder. Omnic barely claws back into the lead at 4-3. It's a nice change of pace compared to those early blowouts. Lancer is refusing to let the lead slip away, showing exactly why he's the favorite in this rivalry. Lancer regains the upper hand, pushing ahead 5-4. Lancer's consistency across their last few games is starting to peak. Omnic is making a stand here, putting Lancer right back in his place after that ramp attempt. Lancer definitely wants to avoid the pattern he's seeing today. Omnic is really on a roll right now, shutting down Lancer's attempt to play from the ramp. We've got a deadlock 6-6 split here at the halfway point. Honestly, Lancer is keeping his side of the board strong, and this really mirrors his higher win rate on this specific map. Fresh start for both players. Unreal, he barely survives that absolute brawl, clutching the round with practically nothing left in the tank. That was an absolute nail-biter of a trade. Omnic is fighting through a tough 15-20 run over the last day. Well, it looks like he's finally shaking off those losses and finding some momentum. If he can't keep this pace, Lancer is in for a real struggle. Another one for Omnic, who just shut everything down from the ramp. The momentum has completely shifted in this series. Lancer puts on a clinic, swiftly picking his opponent off the ramp to close the gap. A quick response there to stem the tide. Lancer is stubbornly clawing back, refusing to let the lead widen as he takes another round. He's really trying to close the gap between them right now. Omnic manages to hold a narrow 2-round cushion. Both of these players are hovering in the lower third of the current ratings. Omnic is just too quick from the window. A really strong series of responses to push Lancer back. He's completely denying any room for a comeback right now. He refuses to go down easily, securing another round as this gap starts to shrink. His confidence is returning after a rough start to the afternoon. Omnic is an absolute blink and miss away from closing this out. Absolutely spotless execution to wrap up that exchange. What a fight. He dug deep to survive that exchange and keeps his hopes alive. Just enough precision to stay in the hunt. He just refuses to let this match slip away, winning another fierce fight on the ramp. He's truly found another gear in this closing stretch. He secures the final knockdown in a chaotic scramble to take the match. He really puts a dent in that head-to-head lead today, proving he can handle the pressure when it counts. Truly gritty performance. What a match! Welcome back to the arena. We've got Lancer and Omnic facing off today, with Lancer entering as the slight favorite. Lancer claws back to take the first round, barely surviving that frantic trade. A strong start for someone who just dropped his last map to this guy. Lancer has dominated this specific rivalry with a 56% success rate overall. He's effectively cleaning up the series after that narrow loss earlier today. I wonder if Omnic can find a way to disrupt his momentum. Unreal. He barely scrapes through that chaotic exchange with a sliver of health remaining.
Both of these players are fighting through a long day of matches. We're all square now. Omnic has leveled the field. Omnic is really looking to avenge those earlier losses today.
Omnic is simply too fast, picking Lancer right off the boost to secure his third straight win.
This is far from the typical result we'd expect here.
A wild slugfest that finally ends with another victory for the aggressor.
A real reversal from their previous meetings today.
He's just not letting up, securing 5 straight to take complete control of this game.
A tough spot for someone sitting in the top 30 of the ladder.
He's simply on another level right now, putting up 6 straight.
Hard to believe how differently this is playing out than those early maps today.
He completely shuts him down, securing a 7th straight round with total ease.
Things look very different from that match on Fast Aim.
What a fight! He barely keeps his lead after that absolute war of attrition.
Surprisingly close in rating, yet the gap today is massive.
He's just completely untouchable, extending the streak to 9 before the half. Lancer is staring down a mountain here. Omnic takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, he is absolutely crushing a player who usually owns this matchup. Lancer needs a huge turnaround to save this one. Time to see if Lancer wakes up. Omnic is currently operating at a 60% win rate over his last 10 matches. It's a stark contrast to the apathetic form he's shown in previous encounters with Lancer. He is firmly in the driver's seat here.
Lancer cuts the lead, but Omnic still holds a 10-5 edge.
A quick reaction time on that second win in a row. Omnic is really putting the pressure on, making sure Lancer can't put together a meaningful run.
It's a rough stretch after that close battle on Fast Aim.
He walks away with this one completely unscathed, putting him just one step from victory.
Hard to see the favorite recovering from this death.
What a performance! Omnic closes the door with a perfect final round to take the victory. He's really found his rhythm today, managing to shake off Lancer's usual map advantage in a huge way.
Welcome to the stream. Lancer and Omnic are heading to Orange to see who comes out on top today. Lancer enters this duel with a significant historical edge, holding 77 wins over Omnic in their lifetime meetings. It's definitely a contrast to how Omnic has been performing in their most recent clashes. We'll see if that long-term dominance carries through this series. Lancer is really putting on the pressure here, catching Omnic completely off guard on the ramp. He's looking to wipe the slate clean after those early losses today. Unreal. Both players were shredded in that exchange, but he manages to scramble away with the win. He's certainly shaking off those recent losses from earlier today. Lancer just takes a commanding 3-2 lead right now. The momentum is definitely shifting toward the lower seed today. Lancer is just rolling right now, extending his lead to 4-2. It's a tough spot to be in after those previous losses today. Omnic answers back immediately, keeping this series incredibly tight. Both of these players are fighting through a really grueling day. Omnic fights back to tie it up at 4 apiece. His recent form has looked far more consistent lately. He's just unstoppable right now, securing another victory to keep this run going. The underdog is really finding his footing today. Absolute control from Omnic, who just walked through that exchange without taking a single hit. Lancer takes this one effortlessly, narrowing the gap as we head toward the break. That should give him a bit of confidence moving into the break. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, the script has flipped completely. The underdog is playing a different game right now, despite Lancer's usual superiority in this rivalry. Let's see who gets the first. Lancer is closing in, trailing by only 1 now. A really tight battle for the 30th spot on the ladder. Omnic is currently riding a wave with a 60% win rate in his last 10 matches. It's clear that current momentum is outweighing his usual disadvantage in this rivalry. We'll see if Lancer can find a way to disrupt that flow. He's really starting to pull away here. A rough strike for the favorite today. Another complete shutout for Omnic, who just won't let his opponent get any traction. He's showing why he's held the higher seed in the standings. A very crisp response from Lancer to put another point on the board. A clean sweep of these last 2 engagements. Goodness, he survives by a thread. Lancer claws his way back with a huge fight to secure another one. Lancer is really hammering home these exchanges right now. Omnic puts a stop to the momentum with a very efficient kill. Omnic is definitely justifying that higher rank right now. He continues to push forward, refusing to let his opponent slide away with an easy victory. Omnic just holds his ground in that duel, moving 1 step closer to victory. Lancer really needs to stabilize his game right here. And there it is! Omnic shuts the door with a flawless final shot to take the whole series. Lancer fought back so hard in that second half, but it just couldn't close the gap. Truly impressive willpower from both of them. What a match! Welcome to the Dunes. We've got Lancer taking on Omnic in this match where the favorite looks to bounce back. Omnic is currently riding a 3-match win streak against this specific opponent. It's a stark contrast to how Lancer usually fares in these head-to-head battles. We're seeing a total reversal of the usual dynamic today. Omnic has the edge now, leading 2-1. His career edge over Omnic is starting to surface. Omnic just wasn't letting him stay up there, quickly picking Lancer off that box. Omnic is just dominating, sitting comfortably at 4 apiece. He's been putting up some impressive numbers across his last 10 games. He's completely in control, shutting the door on any hope of a comeback. He's looking very sharp compared to their last few meetings. He just doesn't miss, picking Lancer off the box yet again to extend the lead. It's a rough outing for a player usually favored here. Lancer quickly handles the exchange to bring the score to 2-6. He's had a really rough stretch across their other 3 encounters today. Omnic has really flipped the script here, bringing a huge 70% win rate from his last 10 games into this match. It's clearly a massive shift in momentum from his usual performance. Lancer just doesn't seem to have an answer for him right now. Unreal. He clutches out a desperate firefight with just a sliver of health remaining. Omnic heads into the break with a commanding 9-3 lead. Honestly, it's a total shock seeing Lancer struggle this much. He's barely kept pace with an opponent who is clearly playing the better game right now. Time for a clean slate. Lancer manages to hold his ground from that high perch to get back into this. A welcome change of pace considering how his previous matches today went. Lancer is putting on a real clinic from that box, making it look easy for the last couple of rounds. Lancer tried to hide out on the box, but Omnic reacted instantly to shut that down. Lancer is starting to claw his way back into this, utilizing that high ground to secure another round. What a chaotic exchange! He barely managed to walk away from that fight with his life. The pressure is really mounting on Omnic now as Lancer refuses to just let this match slip away. He is certainly fighting through some tough adversity today. Omnic has a slim lead, but Lancer is really starting to put the pressure on here. Omnic shuts him down from the box, putting himself a single round away from victory. The underdog is really seizing the day. Lancer manages to snag another one, keeping his hopes alive for the moment. He's refusing to let this map go quietly. Lancer remains untouchable from that elevated perch, keeping the dream alive with another huge win. A complete shutdown of the opponent, and now Lancer is just one round away from forcing a tie. Incredible! He forces the draw with a flawless response to send this game into overtime. Lancer is absolutely on fire, securing a 5th straight victory to take the lead in this grueling overtime. The favorite is finally asserting his will in this series. Lancer is simply too strong right now, extending that streak to 6 in a row. He's just completely dismantled any resistance from the other side. Lancer is simply on another level right now, keeping the momentum rolling to reach 15-12. A quick response to keep things interesting. A grit shown by the underdog in these final frames. Another huge grab for Omnic, and he's stubbornly refusing to let this match end. He is completely erasing that recent deficit. What a statement. He keeps this surge going to square the series at 15-all. What a response to bring this all the way back. Omnic takes the lead, putting Lancer on the defensive. Pure deadlock now with both Lancer and Omnic tied at 16. Omnic barely edges ahead, holding a tight 17-16 lead. He's really refusing to let the other guy pull ahead. Omnic has surged ahead, now commanding an 18-16 advantage. He's really putting the clamps on the end of this thing. Omnic extends the gap to a healthy 3-round lead. He had the map history on his side, but that just wasn't enough to stop this momentum. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we're on Italy today for a big showdown between Lancer and Omnic. Lancer holds a clear advantage here with a 55% win rate in their head-to-head history. You know, it's interesting because Omnic has a much higher win rate over his last 10 games. Now the question is if Lancer can translate those long-term stats into a win today. What a scramble! Lancer barely escapes that one alive, securing a tight victory. He's really fighting back after those heavy losses in their prior matches. Omnic is really aggressive right now, just shutting Lancer down on the wine boxes. Lancer's now staring down a 3-2 lead. His recent streak of losses was starting to look worrying. And just like that, Omnic has forced a deadlock. Omnic seems to be shaking off that long-term deficit today. Omnic is really making things difficult for the favorite here, putting Lancer on his heels for another round. We're back at a stalemate with the count tied 4-4. Both players are grinding through a heavy workload today. Unbelievable. He barely clings to life there, surviving by a thread to take the lead. He's really capitalizing on that recent hot streak. Omnic has been incredibly clinical lately, coming in with a stunning 80% win rate over his last 10 games. And honestly, that confidence is reflecting in his composure right now. It will be a huge challenge for Lancer to break this momentum. Omnic takes a commanding 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, the underdog is completely ignoring the script today. Lancer is looking very shaken up and needs a huge turnaround to save this one. Time to reset and refocus. Lancer finds a spark to bring it to 5-8. That was a lightning fast response to the pressure. Lancer is showing a lot of grit, putting together another clean win to keep this rally going. The pressure is shifting back to the underdog. Omnic still holds a comfortable 3-round buffer. He's really capitalizing on the edge he's held in their most recent sets. Lancer is trailing 6-10 as we head into round 16. He is really putting on a clinic today. He nearly goes down, but digs deep to close out the wild exchange and extend the streak. That is a tough spot for the favorite to be in. A grueling brawl ends in a victory for Omnic, who now needs just one more round to secure the match. A total shutdown from the challenger. And that is it. Omnic closes the door on this set with a final victory to take the match. He completely dismantled the history books with that performance. Lancer just had no answer for the pace today. Welcome to the Berserk League. Lancer and Omnic are facing off on red line, with Lancer entering as the slight favorite. Omnic is carrying a lot of heat right now with a 5-match win streak. And he's really leaning into that momentum since he's already taken 3 straight maps off Lancer today. We'll see if he can maintain this absolute control through the middle of the match. Lancer pulls ahead, putting a gap between them. He's fighting against a really tough set of recent results today. A real scramble for the high ground there, but Omnic manages to come out on top. Lancer is still trailing by 1 after that exchange. Lancer has definitely been the stronger side in their historical matchups. Absolute chaos on the ramp. Both of them went for the same high ground, but Lancer managed to come out on top. Things are finally looking even after those tough losses earlier today. Unreal, he barely survives with a sliver of health after dragging his opponent off the ramp. Lancer holds the historical advantage with over 70 wins against Omnic in their shared history. And honestly, it's clear he's fighting an uphill battle right now given how he's looked in their most recent sets. He needs to find a way to slow this down before it slips away completely. A clean exchange from the ramp puts a huge grip on this match. That's a rough stretch for the favorite so far. He's just completely took over, wiping Lancer off the boxes to keep this run going. He's looking like the stronger man across the board today. He just won't slow down, picking Lancer right off the ramp to push his lead to 8. He's having a fantastic day, barely breaking a sweat. We head into the break with Omnic leading 8-4. I mean, it's a complete reversal of how this match was projected. Lancer is really struggling to keep up with the pace right now. Time for a total reset. What a fight! He barely clings to life after that absolute brawl to keep his lead at 9. He's really proving to be the better man throughout this entire series. Lancer claws back around, trailing by 4 now. Lancer is fighting through a tough slump with those last few losses. Lancer is starting to put some pressure on him, securing another fast win from the ramp. Omnic just shuts that door quickly, picking Lancer off the ramp to keep the lead double digits. The ladder gap is starting to feel real here. Lancer keeps fighting, but he's still down 10-7. He's really hoping to shake off the results from those earlier maps. He's refusing to go away, claiming another flawless round as he cuts the deficit down to 2. He's definitely shaking off the nerves from that start. What a heart-stopping finish. Lancer digs deep to secure his 3rd straight round, surviving by the skin of his teeth. The confidence is shifting back to the favorite side. Lancer has completely rewritten the script, erasing the deficit to bring us level at 10-all. Total madness, a complete flip of the momentum as we hit least 10 apiece. Omnic stops the momentum swing right here and takes the lead back. He's really embracing the top tier run of form lately. Lancer is simply refusing to fold, finding a perfect shot to lock this series up at 11-11. He is just untouchable right now, edging closer to a huge victory with an effortless shot. A fast, clean kill to keep the pressure high. Incredible. Omnic manages to take him off the ramp, forcing us into a nail-biting overtime. Tense atmosphere as we move into the final stretch of regulation. Lancer outduels him from the ramp to take a commanding late lead. The pressure is mounting for the one trailing in this clash. Omnic gets the better of him from the ramp, and just like that, we are right back where we started. It's a true battle of nerves now. What a stand! He secures that duel from the ramp to take a one-round lead. He's clearly proving why he entered as the slight favorite here. A total shutout. He's on the verge of an incredible comeback after that massive early deficit. He is just completely dismantling the defenses right now. Absolutely incredible. Lancer completes the comeback and shuts it down to take the victory. He just refused to let it slide, clawing his way back after those earlier disasters to finally secure the set. What a fight! Welcome everyone to the arena. Lancer and Omnic are facing off today, with Lancer stepping in as the favorite. Lancer holds a significant career advantage here with 78 total wins over Omnic. He's been the more consistent force across their historical meetings. I'm curious to see if Omnic can reverse that trend after starting this one on the back foot. Lancer is absolutely dominating this opening stretch. He's looking sharper than his usual rating suggests. The momentum has completely shifted, and Lancer is just refusing to let up. Despite the slower start, the rank 31 seed is usually the stronger player. He's simply not missing, extending the streak to 4 straight. A complete flip from those last 2 matchups we saw earlier. Omnic finally finds an opening to put a stop to the run. He definitely looks a bit more confident now after that last match. Lancer is just a class apart, leading 5-1. Lancer is certainly making the most of his recent 16-13 victory. Omnic has been on a tear recently, putting up a 70% win rate over his last 10 games. It's a stark contrast to how he usually fares in these head-to-head battles. If he can keep this momentum, we might see a genuine shift in the power dynamic tonight. He manages to scrape through with just a sliver of health. Another clean get for Omnic, showing real grit to keep this gap from widening. The underdog is finally starting to push back. absolutely breathless finish, Lancer claws out the victory while barely clinging to life. Both players are fighting through an exhaustive day of competition. Lancer holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. Well, things are going exactly as the analysts predicted here. He's simply looking more comfortable on the arena than his opponent right now. He continues to scrap for every round, showing impressive resilience to keep this contest close. He's certainly proving he can hang with the higher seed today. A complete wipeout for Lancer, and now we've got a dead heat at 7-7. The momentum is swinging heavily toward the underdog right now. He's completely take over now, securing his third straight round with a spotless performance. The favorite is looking very vulnerable in this series. A huge sigh of relief for Lancer, who puts a stop to that slide and levels the score. Omnic is slightly higher in the current ladder rankings. Lancer narrowly pulls ahead, putting him up 9-8. He's showing why his career track record is so strong today. We're going to take a quick breather here, but we'll be right back to this battle. And we are back in the arena with Lancer leading Omnic 9-8. What a response! Omnic completely shuts that attempt down to tie this series up at 9-9. A total reset of the board for both of them. Unreal! He almost went down, but manages to outlast him by the skin of his teeth. That's another heart-stopping sequence to put him back in the lead. And he's back in the game. An effortless shot to bring everything level. It's a toss-up now, regardless of who the analyst liked. What an absolute slugfest! He barely manages to survive that exchange to take the lead. This is a huge contrast to how the first half played out. We are looking at a complete stalemate. Neither player can pull away. Looking for some stability after a tough stretch of matches today. He's just too quick. Lancer secures the lead and stands on the precipice of victory. He's reacting incredibly fast right now. Absolutely stunning. Lancer shuts the door on this series with a perfect final play. He really dug deep for that one, surviving a couple of those nasty close calls to secure the result. Omnic pushed him to the absolute limit today. What a fight!